Whoa, do we have new themes, new colors, a new vibe for a new SHOWMATCH series? What is up, one and all? Welcome to a new edition of the Age of Empires 4 scene. Here to provide you entertainment on the Fridays. It is, of course, the HIMS Cup. That's right, we brought in a new sponsor. A big shout out to HIMS for getting involved. HIMS who provide a bunch of different medical services. We're going to be focusing around the hair loss and ED treatments. So the plan here is going to be to have show matches almost every Friday is what we're looking for here. So I'm going to try to stretch the budget a bit. We were originally thinking about like bi-weekly, but I might try to see if we can actually finesse it to be every Friday. We have a show match featuring two of our top players, and we have got two top players. B versus loueMT facing off in a best of 9 that will heavily focus around a new map called Receding, which I think you guys will absolutely love. But you know what? We've got to talk a little bit about the sponsor and what's going on here, right? So HIMS, if you're not familiar with them, they are a means to get treatments for a bunch of different ailments that may affect you. The big ones we're going to be pushing here and focusing on is going to be hair loss treatment as well as ED treatment. ED treatment we'll talk about more in the next month. But in terms of what they provide, it is I don't want to say simple service, but easy to pick up and go through. There's a kind of hand-holding process here. They'll have a quiz online that you'll take, and then based on what you inform them with, they'll be able to recommend and direct you to the correct type of medicinal purposes. The whole idea is with the hair loss treatment, most people can see regrowing in their hairs if it's going to happen between 3 to 6 months after starting with HIMS. There's a lot of credibility. They've basically been board licensed providers for a while. But yeah, really big shout out to them. We'll talk a little bit more about them as the day goes on, but they will be with us for the next 3 months in different formattings a little bit as we go. We're looking to cook up some special show matches, not just because of the players involved, but also the formats we're working on, including some unique special game modes. But yeah, it's a very interesting process. If you guys want to check out if it's for you, if you're not fortunate enough to keep all your hair, like I always say, I'm blessed with the hair, cursed with the face. You know, maybe you're the other way around. If you want to fix that hair issue, HIMS might be able to help you. So !HIMS if you are thinking about that, to go through to their website and have a look. Like I said, there is a quiz you can fill out there, and they're doctor trusted ingredients, and pretty much a full online remote process, so that you don't have to deal with the icky and stickies of in-person, etc. As I know, for some people, it's a little bit of a more personal, maybe sometimes embarrassing thing, but the reality is we will have issues we have to resolve. Now, in terms of things we need to resolve, we have got an epic show match ahead of us, guys. So, in terms of what we're going to be doing here, in fact, I should just add the image, shouldn't I? Yeah, I should have thought to do this beforehand. We have got, coming up, these bad boys. That's right, loueMT and B in the battle against Baldness on the brand new map created by Caillou. Big shout out to him. It is, of course, Receding. So, Receding will feature frequently in this show match. It will be the opening map, and it will be every odd map in the series. So game 1, game 3, game 5, game 7, and game 9 if we go that deep. The interesting thing about this is we do have other maps that will be played in between to keep it fresh. We didn't want to just have this monotony of the same map over and over again, so we want some breather. But yeah, like I just really want to give a big shout out to Caillou. I brought this idea to him. I literally I drew it on in paint as we do, because that's the way all professionals do it. And he ran with it straight away. I think we can agree, regardless of whether this ends up being a top tier competitively viable map, it will be a memorable map for sure. And I'll let you guys try to guess what we're planning for ED month. We're going to have some fun with this. But yeah, like that's the thing as well. Also, big shout out to HIMS. Like, you know, when you think about these type of services, a lot of people are probably very serious because it's very personal to them. But HIMS understood, like with gaming, with esports, you got to have a little bit of fun with it. So like they were more than willing to just give a little bit of carte blanche, a bit of freedom to how we want to apply these things. But I think, are they both here? Okay, B's ready. Let's check if Louis ready. In before Louis has gone into a bloody... I swear to God, if he's actually gone into a pub game, I'm going to throttle that kid. Players, they always like to do this. But yeah, I'm hoping we're going to have a pretty back and forth series. I mean, B versus Louis tends to be, you know, like, statistically 80% of the games played that could be played. Does water have fish? No. So there is 0 fish. So a little bit of highlights from Receding. Receding, you have got the stealth forest on the bottom side. You've got a heavy, dense tree line crawling you upwards. In the center, we've got 3 ruins, so there's only 2 relics actually appearing straight away. and the water is merely strategic. There is no deep water fish whatsoever. There's no shoreline fish. It is simply there as a strategic element, and also to, I don't know, give a little bit of shape to the map, you know? Like, maybe make it look like something you've seen somewhere. Oh, man. This is going to be so much fun. So where is Louis? Because we did use timestamp, so he should definitely know. I think we might have to wait a few minutes for Louis to arrive. Love the format and the map design. Thank you. Really big shout out to Caillou, like I said, for like turning it around so fast. We do have I'm not gonna ruin it. Like all I'm gonna do is tease that for month 2 we have another brand new map in mind, with a name that will also end up being iconic. I think it's gonna be a cool map. We also shout out to Hussein, because Hussein's also working behind the scenes on a new game mode. So I had a very cool idea that I think you guys would find quite appealing. If this becomes a popular format and the reception's really good from the community and HIMS, we might try to make this a more regular thing where we create new game modes as well as new maps. Just because I think that helps keep it fresh. You know, everyone's seen like X versus Y SHOWMATCH time and time again. I think you need to have that nice little oomph, that vavavoom. That's something different. All right, where the hell? Hopefully, yeah, Louis here. Okay. I was getting a little bit worried. I was like, it's not like him to be late. But we are ready to go. So, draft is going to be going up. Did they do the map draft? I don't think they've done the map draft. Oh, wait. No, they have. They're just getting baited. Wait, no, they have? Haven't? What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Sorry, I'm losing track of where the draft is. Did they get the map draft up? Let me just tell them. I think they forgot. What are we streaming today? We are streaming a SHOWMATCH, a Fandappy Dozy SHOWMATCH. AoE4, like we always are, baby. Next week, we will probably have a Tempest Rising sponsor stream, though, which I think will be a lot of fun. Yeah. I think I'm just double-checking that they know that there is meant to be a map draft that they seem to have forgotten about. I don't think they've remembered there's a map draft. They're literally drafting right now, and I think they forgot there's a map draft. I'll just point an arrow at that. I made it clear to them, we're not doing 9 maps of just receding. It is going to be map pool. So the map pool we are going to be having, by the way, it's going to feature some classics. So Enlightened Horizon, Dry Arabia, Rocky River, Pigeon's View, Gorge, and Himiyama. 2 of those maps will get banned. We just wanted to keep it fresh. So I think the idea of like punting them into the same map over and over again will get a bit repetitive for people. So also ensures if there's just something ultra cheesy that we just didn't think of, then we have the balance check of like classic maps as well. Important for duty. I respect that. Thank you very much, Cameron. Hope you're having a good day. Oh, so Delhi Chinese coming out early. Sushi Mali in response. I mean, looking at the map, I've been wondering, like, this is the thing. I think what's very nice is when this map was conceptualized, my brain straight away, like, I don't know if there's something that's absolutely OP on this map, which I like. I'm hoping the players, you know, can not prove me wrong there. They have a habit of doing that. Like, if you've ever asked a map designer or a game developer, oh, yeah, our systems are flawless. Like, there's no way they could break it. They always break it. So we'll see what they discover that could be cheeky or cheesy. Ottoman pick coming out from B's, no surprise. Another thing that's fun about watching B and Louis, those two love Ottomans more than almost any other player in the game. So it's always entertaining to see where that one lies in the draft. Mr. Chance did not invite Dimmy and Vortex. So I thought about it. I tried inviting one of them, and they didn't want to reveal their strategies with the EGC tournament going on. So if you can't have both, there's no point having one, was my thought process. Maybe we explore that another time. But yeah, it's a case of like some people are gonna be secretive. Really big shout out for being loueMT for just being the showmakers they are and just wanting to play the game. You know, like I don't like it when we do get the hunker down secret strategy. I kind of get it, but it's also like, because I think I have one or two players that like, hey, you know, I'd be willing to afterwards. It's like great, but the money on offer might be lower then. You know, I put it a bit higher to like rub the shoulders and say, come play. By the way, today they'll be clashing for $75 in one BO9. Not too bad. Not too shabby. So winner will take $50, loser will take 25. And my hopes is if there's a lot of reception to this on HIMS side, like people clicking the link, people tuning in, we might be able to actually rub their shoulders and convince them to come in even bigger. So big, you'd think they took a blue pill. I'm still waiting for the moment where they realize they did not do a map draft. But it's fine. I guess it'll be fine. I mean, to a certain degree, your draft might be slightly chalked, but I don't think it'll be too chalked because 2 of your picks would make sense. Like 2 of your map picks, because remember, 2 of the maps before redrafting this are going to be on receding, which I was hoping Cal would be around last second. I forgot to add the map icon for receding, so sorry about that. Wait, he got both of the new civs at the end? Okay, in fairness, there's no deep water map here, so Knights Templar shouldn't be giga busted. So it's not too bad. And there we go. Okay, like, we've done a funky order. We're literally... Yeah, if they want to do it this way, it's fine, but we're literally doing map second, civs first, which is... very unique for anyone who's watched Age of Empires 4 tournaments before. Typically, you do maps first so that you can gauge what is useful and what is not in a civ draft. But I'm going to let the dudes rock at it. So yeah, battle against Baldness, map draft about to get underway. Wonder what they're going to ban. With this type of draft, I mean, the thing is they have a lot of robustness. There's nothing like ultra threatening per se in the draft. No Roosh, so Pigeon's View isn't like OP for one side. No one got Byzantines either, so I think like Pigeon's View is kind of okay. Oh, no, B wants it gone. Then again, B has a habit of very long and weird games on Pigeon's View, so maybe he's just trying to avoid that curse. Louis, in response, I'd expect maybe Himiyama. No, he goes Rocky River. That in particular surprised me. I thought Rocky River, I was like, this seems like a map that Louis would like. If it was Dry River, I'd understand the reluctance because B is a beast there. But that does mean we're going to have Dry Arabia, Himiyama, Enlightened Horizon, and Gorge. Map number 1, of course, being Receding, which we sadly do not have in the overlay. Maybe Magical Cow will turn up and fix that halfway through. I'm sure he'll let me know if that happens. So with this new map, obviously, I would hope the players went in and had a look at it. It was uploaded yesterday, so they had a little bit of time to at least analyze it, have a look at the map, see what they thought was going to be good. Civs, I think, would be good to start with on Receding. Well, given that Receding is a 2 Sacred Site map, Delhi's maybe a little bit less potent. It's a very widespread. Knights Templar, on the other hand, if you look at the distance, you can see it just about... Sorry, the icons are a little bit small, but the distance should be good enough to actually get probably about 110 gold off of Pilgrims, and it's a full flex north and south. So Knights Templar could be really good here. If B suspects Knights Templar, a mobile Cav Civ can make a lot of sense. He could actually just whip out Delhi as a counter play against what his opponent's doing. It does make a lot of sense. And I just realized for some reason we have region selected. There we go. So, my boys, my children, where are you taking us? Do we have a pick? Ah, there we go. I keep asking these things and I literally, like, as I'm asking it, getting done. Yeah, it's not my bad, actually. I should have, now in hindsight, I think about it, I should have given them all the links in our group chat together. Be let through both House of Lancaster and Knights Templar. Yeah, but I think he has a good answer to Knights Templar. I think Delhi answers that really well. And if you're thinking maps like Enlightened Horizon, you don't care about House of Lancaster because, like, Ottomans can destroy them. Wow. It's not always easy, but I think Ottomans have the capability to destroy Lancaster. Really enjoyed watching Enlightened Horizon games so far. Agreed. My only worry is that it maybe becomes a little bit linear. I don't know. That's my like paranoia. Is we're loving it right now, but it might be like Pro Scouts. I think a lot of us loved Pro Scouts meta when it started, and then we got bored. So I'm hoping it doesn't get boring. My hopes is that there is a lot of diverse strategies discovered on Enlightened Horizon where you almost have counterplay to counterplay to counterplay to counterplay. Like, we're starting to see people rush the enemy merchant camp and burn their racks instead of going straight for the wolf den, right? So it's almost like you need another type of POI in the center that creates a third dynamic there to flex things. Okay. Ooh. Nice. Cal said he's going to fix it, so we'll be able to get the map icon. But yeah, just a reminder, while we've got a second, because we're about to get into game in a moment, this is all happening because of HIMS, so big shout out to them. Someone just went for the link. Go have a look if you want to. I definitely recommend checking it out if you are someone who has any medical needs. I mean, it is obviously we're focusing on the hair and loss prevention, but we'll be talking about ED in the coming months, and there's a few other services they provide, so they might be useful to you. And the website, easy to go through. They even have a nice little take the quiz thing. They'll kind of gauge where you're at and what you actually need. You go through this, and they'll be able to assist you and guide you to where you would find the most useful products. It doesn't require any in-person meetings. It doesn't require that you go through ridiculous amounts of channels and loopholes to get the treatment you're looking for. And a lot of the clientele see results between 3 and 6 months. So big shout out to HIMS again for that. If you want to have a look at that, if you are in a situation where you're looking at what Dimu's got, you're like, I don't think I could actually pull off that type of look, this might be your saving grace. Not going to promise you're going to get hair like this, but maybe you don't have an ugly mug like this, so it always balances out. Okay, so picks in. Chinese versus Malians. Ooh. Okay. China Malians game 1. This is the fun thing, actually. I love this when you've got an absolutely fresh map, because you don't really know exactly what the player's thought process is, and meta hasn't been discovered. So when we look at the mini-map, for example, what could they be thinking? The deer? I mean, there's a decent amount of deer. There's 4 deer packs. They are like fairly clumped together. Malians tends to play anti-pro scouts, and you can do that well, but China's just as good at spamming spears. I think they are like thinking pro scouts on both sides here, which would make a lot of sense. I mean, it is the go-to strategy still for these two civs. All hail our great sponsor Supreme Overlords from HIMS. Hell yeah. What is this map? This map is incredible. I will hear nothing but it. That map is a piece of art. This is the map, by the way. Look at it. Look at its beauty. It's got full sex appeal, man. And now, this is the thing, guys. Like, this, by the way, this is exactly why HIMS is going to be important for some people. Because the reality is, like, whether we like it or not, maybe now or 5 years from now, some of us are going to have this problem here. And unless you've got a part in a movie as a monk, full fry tucking it, you want to fix that problem. So that's where, like, it made sense. We created the perfect map to let you guys, like, subconsciously be aware that HIMS could be the perfect product for you. It's smart. It's smart. Smooth patch of land goes nothing but thin grass. I thought about having a stealth forest all the way along the top. So, like, so I can give a little bit of insight, by the way. First iteration of this map, it was a full, like, hairline across the top. I was like, he looks too healthy. Take the hair away. Destroy it. Destroy it so hard that only HIMS can bring it back. Oh, dear. All right, I believe the boyos are getting into lobby now. Has been a little bit slow of a start today, but once we have things flowing, it tends to just slide on through, which is nice. I mean, yeah, there's side effects to everything, Freddy. And like I always recommend these things. Look into it. Make sure it's for you. But for some people, they want that luscious, long, curly hair, whatever it may be. These type of solutions are perfect. Will Dimu also be sponsored? No. Rejected. Who knows? If the reception is good to HIMS, maybe we'll see them up their ante and get more involved in the scene. Move over Baldlands? Yeah, dude. Actually, I kind of want to see Ben's reaction to playing this map, to be honest. Oh, dear, oh dear. Like, I don't know, I kind of want Kraken in one of these, just because of all the molding. It's kind of appropriate for all the molding, you know? Ah, I see what the problem is. Yeah, they're just negotiating server. So normally when B and Louis play, I think it's US East they go for. One ball player and one hero side player. Yeah, okay, so you legit, what you need to... No. So, like, you kind of could have had Wham versus Puppy Ball when one, like, had long locks and then one of them was, like, super shaved on the hair, you know what I mean? It would have kind of fit. Yo, what is up, Rafael Ponalonga? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, and welcome to the Swarm. Smart lad, it's the start of the month. I know a bunch of you got Primes ready. Just letting them know to have a lower delay so we can start getting into the matches. Yeah, so, also say, oh yeah, also, big shout out, I did see that. You see in the top there with Opera GX, 64 of you signed up yesterday. You guys are incredible. Keep those numbers pumping up. I know there's more of you out there. So, you know, we've got HIMS providing certain services. Then we got your browser services being sorted by Opera GX. We've got loads of people getting involved this month. It's going to be a good month on this channel, I think. I'm positive of that. Yeah, make sure you also use those Prime subs, like I said. It's literally start of the month, so a lot of the time people forget that they have them. I know I'm guilty of that. It's a little bit different when you're a streamer yourself. I noticed, like, at first I felt bad about forgetting about it because I was letting Bezos get the money. But then for me, it turns out, like, I think it would just give me the money because I'm actually, like, a streamer of payout. But most of you aren't streamers of payout, so help a brother out. All right, just checking we're live everywhere. Yeah. More than willing. Oh, God. That guy's voice is obnoxiously loud. Oh, by the way, this weekend, I should be working both days for Idjisi. So you'll be having to tolerate a lot of my voice this weekend. I think my throat's better, though. It sounds better than it was. A lot better than it was. Like, obviously not perfect still, but definitely going in the right direction. Oh, by the way, like, I just saw this. This looks cool, right? I wish someone could achieve this on generated. Like, I don't know. Like, it's very pretty. I don't know if it would be fun to play, but it's... These type of patterns, I think this is the thing that's sometimes missing with generated maps. It's very hard to get that iconic shape, you know? Which is why I'm proud of what we've done with Receding. We nailed it with this map. One of the best casts I know? Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate you. Watch Dota casts as well. You're kind of better than them. Whoa, I mean, I don't like to, like, target better than X or Y. I mean, I was a Dota caster, so... I definitely miss Dota. I've said this before. I'd love to be able to, like, go back to doing a MOBA and doing RTSs at the same time. I don't know. Some people are like, oh, you must commit to one game. I think that's complete BS. So for some people, they need to commit to one game. It's the only way they can function. It's almost like an ADD thing, right? But not everyone's that way. Some people thrive better for the different environments because it allows you to keep coming in with refreshing takes. All right. It's almost time. Dude, I'm so excited for this. Want a clean look toggle that gives you gets rid of all the design stuff? I think you can actually trim most of that back. That's the whole point. You can bare bones it down to make it a lot more efficient by default than others. All right, you guys ready for this? This is gonna be fun because we even created a new overlay. Oh yes. No. Wait. What? Bruh, every time with these maps, I swear to God, every time, without failure, the map does this. Alright, let me... I think the sizing's slightly wrong. Like, what? Yeah, the sizing's definitely wrong. I think that's good. Alright, hype it up, chat. It's time to go. Oh, we didn't do predictions. One and all, we've done it again. It wasn't enough to have the midweek master. We had to create an entire new tournament series. It's time for the HIMS Cup. That's right, Friday show matches being set up and sponsored by HIMS. Big shout out to them for getting involved in the Age of Empires 4 scene. And we had to kick off with an absolute classic. One that tends to always deliver. We've got 3D Clans B up against Team Elephant's loueMT. And we even created a new map. Look at that mini-map. Look at it. Does it look like anything? What if I was to tell you that HIMS hair loss prevention is sponsoring the stream? Oh, that's right. Receding. Big shout out to Caillou for being so quick on iterating this process. We conceptualized this map literally less than a week ago, and we've birthed a beauty here. Not pretty is going to be the hairline here on top of this lad. If you want to avoid that, make sure you check out HIMS. But this is going to be an interesting format. So, with the HIMS Cup, we are going to have this as the home map for half the games. That's right. Every odd game in the series will be on this odd map. Even games will be on different ones like Dry Arabia Gorge to keep a little bit of freshness. But this is a new experience for both these players. They haven't really had much time to sink their teeth into this, seeing as it was made available to 1 or 2 days ago. And they both did go for Pro Scout civs. Yeah, Malians versus Chinese. This matchup, I think, has changed a little bit. I feel like China actually has stopped Pro Scouting as much, which was surprising. Or they do it on a delay. And yet, we do have the little baby pit mines. Really big shout out. That's smart detail by Caillou. You do have a good gold vein, but it spawns 40 your base outside of TC range. So compared to like Carmel, this is a lot more reasonable. The gold is more reachable for civs like Japan. It's just there has to be some risk for that gold. So yeah, Louis, he does get that safe gold. Unfortunately for him, it is next to a tree line, so you can't fully surround it. So a little bit of an underwhelming pit mine. An Imperial Academy coming in for B. This is going to be a really good one. By the way, no fish. There's no fish on this map whatsoever. There is only 2 relics in appearance straight away. Because the others, just like those hair follicles, beneath the top of your head, they need to be massaged back out. In the case of your hair follicles, HIMS will be able to provide that. But in the case of these ruins, villages will be able to do that. So remember, Forgotten Ruins are a point of interest we haven't seen much so far. It is one that allows you to dig up relics by putting a villager inside and getting stone in return. You actually get a really good stone rate, by the way. 60 stone a minute is better than a villager would normally get. And then after 6 minutes, a relic will spawn. So yeah, there's a lot of really cool things going on this map. Honestly, I don't think it's just a meme map. I think there's more than just memes here. Because the interesting thing about the Forgotten Ruins that hasn't really been leveraged so far well in maps I've seen officially designed is the idea that it can change the fast castle meta. Because fast castle meta is always just about getting up and getting relics. There's only 2 on the field straight away, so you have to rethink the plan quite deeply. Is there going to be a new map for the ED thing? I'm not spoiling it. You'll have to wait and see, which is why you have to tune in every Friday. That'll be for month number 2, which weirdly enough starts mid-May, but we'll get to that. For now, we focus on the hair loss. Yo, this is like a mini game we could play. Who has more hair between the 2 CS people? Okay, she's got some long locks there. Well, okay, so I think maybe the Chinese people are more bald. No, okay, bro, this is hard. Everyone's got a lot of hair. This is tough for anyone who actually, like, doesn't. This is probably why you want to check out the pills. Might be able to solve this. Who knows? You could actually have, like, a man bun. You could be role-playing as a Chinese villager in, like, next World War, maybe. I never realized that they actually had that much hair. Like, everyone's got this cut? I guess not the taxmen. What do you guys reckon? I reckon the taxmen are actually secretly bald. They give me that vibe. So we should have the Pro Scouts coming in a second here for both players. Maybe... So is Louis thinking of a different direction, possibly? You could try to play block at a Pro Scouts, but no, there you go. Okay, so the way that Malians usually do this is normally it's better to get stables up a bit quicker than this, but he prioritized the house in the second pit mine. The reason is that you can start pumping out scouts to deny the enemy scouts. So the way he's done this, it feels like he's going to prime Pro Scouts and then pump the scouts afterwards. Chinese in old times do not cut their hair. Yeah, but they've all got perfectly the same length man buns. Let's at least get some versatility in there. I mean, this is sending the wrong message to people like Louis. It's like saying, hey, Louis, if you want, you could just literally have the longest hair imaginable. He might not be able to. Game could be lying to him. And yes, the little UI will say 3 out of 2 pit mines, by the way. That's due to the Mansa Quarry. that does count as one in the eyes of the game. So archery range follow-up's going to be there. Normally the thought process here is that Chinese is going to open racks to counter your Pro Scouts play, which is already happening. So great read by Louis. And he did scout that out first, so it wasn't just a blind faith play. He got eyeballs on the problem. Oh, by the way, B, he caught on to something Louis didn't. Wait, does Louis not know about this? That's wild. He didn't capture the merchant camp. That's a really big deal in the early game. Gives you an extra villager in your economy. So really nice to play by B. Yeah, there are 4 points of interest in this map. 3 of them are the Forgotten Ruins, and the 4th one is the merchant camp. Nicely done. Great denial there by Louis. Yeah, it feels like B's under a lot of pressure right now. And Louis, it's kind of funny, actually. I thought he'd be going for the archers. He skips it straight into the javelins, so prioritizes the more desirable unit. And this is a no Pro Scouts build. Okay, so color me surprised. I thought he was going to do it on delay. It's possible he still goes back for it. Just it'll be heavily delayed. So he's fully focused on denying his opponent, which is why it's a little bit surprising to go Javs, considering how slow they are at killing spears. Now, you might be wondering, you know, if the eventual goal for China, as it normally is to go fast castle, why doesn't he just move out and garrison villages in these Forgotten Ruins and get stone? You don't want to, because reminder, you have to capture it first, and then if it gets decaptured, your villager gets ejected. So always something to be aware of. Donzo's now getting ended in by Louis. Okay, this is interesting. So he goes Javs when it doesn't counter anything, now follows up Donzo's. He really thought B was going to follow up archers, didn't he? It would have made sense, guys, because the thing you have to remember here is that these scouts do not have any ranged armor. The warrior scouts do not get bonus damage either. So archers are actually a really good counter to them, ironically. Oh, I never checked the predictions either. 68% for Louis. A lot of belief in the Malians. Okay, Horseman, Swim, and Flood coming through. B loves to do this, by the way. He's a really big fan of mass melee blobs. Makes sense. Javelins won't be able to handle it very early on. And the other benefit is if you start to push Louis all the way back, he's going to forfeit the pit mine as well. So yeah, really good position. And B, what happened with the gold? My God, man. Get it under control. Yeah, you can tell that B got screwed over on his Pro Scouts timing. Those early deers getting intercepted slowed him down. In fact, right now he has a lot of inefficiency here. He's realizing it. Because the logic is he was gathering gold at a logical pace with his build order to efficiently reach castle. But it didn't play out that way due to the blockage on the deer. And here we go, clock tower on the way. Louis' choice to go javelins is starting to feel a little bit weird now. I think, like, was he planning to go Farimba? It feels like this is a gradual Farimba build. But B knows that build like the back of his hand, or well, I guess the back of his wings, because it's B. And that becomes problematic. Like, Nesta Bs can now be a counter to the javelins. Lancer players on the menu because B did get access to the deer in the end. Gold is running thin a little bit, but unlike that hairline at the top of the map, there's plenty still underneath here. We've got the gold veins for him to tap into. Will a Hulk on the back of the base be a play? Potentially. The gold is out of range, so like we will definitely see matchups where people try to harass. So the thing is, there's another gold on the middle. So I think water play is going to be a delayed strategy, because if you block the back gold, it means you don't have enough economy to then block my front. Nice reaction by Louis. Has the correct idea. Straight away pivots into Musafadi. He understands there's going to be heavily armored units coming. The question is whether he'll be able to keep pace with what B is up to, because we have also got the siege on the way. I can't believe this. This has been like, what, 8 minutes of the merchant camp? It's definitely helped him a lot here. Louis is going to be creeping around the south side. We intentionally put the little beard in there because I thought it would be actually quite cool for a longer rotation to sneak in. Louis wrapping towards that back gold. B. First Nesta Beast is about to arrive, so Louis will not want to be here anymore. He needs to consider backing up. Also, just look at the pulse guard. Free pulse guard should be enough to scare this away. Jav's also just not a succinct counter to Spearman. I don't know. Something just feels wrong with this comp. Louis, did it have to be Farimba? Kind of feels like more of a curse than a blessing here, the idea. This clash feels pretty cursed as well. Nestabees comes out to play. Louis needs to retreat. Behind this, he's at least starting to stockpile towards castle gradually. He's not really rushing it. Yeah, and this is where he backs up entirely. So the goal here will be to waste B's time. Now, this is where I actually think this map's very interesting dynamics-wise. Castle Rush offers up a lot of benefit, but it doesn't offer up the most oppressive benefit it's most known for. Relic Rush. There's only 2 relics in appearance on the map straight away. So B, although you could go for it, probably get them, it wouldn't feel like a GG for Louis right now, who's probably still thinking about Farimba. You know, I still don't think Louis knows about the north of the map. I don't want to say he didn't check the map beforehand, but it's feeling a little bit like it, actually. Especially considering that he opened with the Warrior Scouts. Like, theoretically, Malian should always win this merchant camp. Oh, you know what's a sick 4, actually? What if Louis goes Mansa Musafadi instead of the Javanese? It's unfortunate for him because it actually would be such a smart idea. The reason it's unfortunate is B's already getting into Springles. Springles will solve for the Musafadi. Nestabe solves for the Javelins. It feels like everything about Louis' comp has been countered. And there's no way this is Fulani. He literally has 0 cow. Yeah, Farimba coming in. Maybe Freeborn? Freeborn, they don't get bonus against Siege, though. It's only against ranged, right? They're very tanky, but that's kind of it. And the merchant camp gives 45 resources a minute. So it's akin to having an extra villager, which is why it's highly sought after in the early phase of the game. I wonder if B considers the relics now. Because it's relics and sacred sites, so it could actually turn into a lot of gold for him, which is important because he is adding an additional siege. I think he's just guarding this area to get the extra deer back. Crossbow switch up in his mind. And it is going to be the Mansa Musafadi. This is so rare. You very rarely see this anymore. The Mansa Musafadi upgrade, for those that don't know, turns you into quite the chunky boy. When you're vetted up, you're going to have 4 melee armor as a base. Makes it very hard to melee mosh pit into Mansa Musafadi. Now, the counterplay is Springles, which B has, but the downside is going to be mobility. That's going to be on Louis' side. And you can see he's intentionally griefing around these stealth forests to try and leverage that. So B is going to slow down and back up. And I'm pretty sure there are no EGC games today. EGC plays on the weekend. We rule the weekdays. Really fascinating first game. I've got a huge smile on my face because it's a new map. I think it's kind of cool. It's going to be interesting to see how players adapt to this as the series goes on. But also the fact that we just see Mansa Musafadi. A strategy that has felt dead for 2+ months. There's a lot of Nestabees, though. I think the only downside for B is he hasn't protected his flanks. So he can actually just get poked at like this. Yeah, this is the negative of Siege. It completely just locks you into the spot. You can't move. Something that Louis will be all too well aware of is why we usually see Louis walls when he's the one playing Chinese. The other thing about this pick from B, first pick priority, partially because it's such a good pick, B plays it well, but it's also just a huge denial to Louis, who thrives on the Chinese. But the thing is, even if he can't have it himself, he should have a deeper understanding than most anyone at this stage of this Civ. B is not going to run out of wood anytime soon, so you'd think just build some palisade walls, but that's not going to last very long against Musafadi. I think B realistically needs a stone wall, essentially across the top here. So you stonewalls, you go, and then it funnels your opponent. But the problem is he needs to be careful. Yeah, backside, he realizes it. You can sneak all the way around. This is another design element intentionally. You can go all the way around these tree lines and catch people off guard. Which, by the way, feels balanced because it takes so long to do. It's a trade-off. I think B's going for a keep drop, by the way. On the stone or in the middle of the map? Oh. Yeah, no, on the stone makes a lot of sense because it secures the tree line. And then you can just come back for a keep drop later. Okay, he goes 8k. 8k, that's also going to be Forgotten Ruins close by. So we could see him pivoting towards relics now. Or in the coming 2 or 3 minutes. The other thing is occupying these Forgotten Ruins will also generate stone for additional keeps. In fact, with 3 of them on the map, 60 a pop, that means you end up getting 360 stone per Forgotten Ruins. Even the north side, though. Oh, a single villager is going to get scraped here. Scrap that fort. Timmy didn't get the memo, so one gets left behind. Army's now arriving, though. B, he could split up the nest of bees a little bit to go north and south at the same time. You won't get the full wallop, but half a wallop is worth it. That Louis will be able to duck and dive out of there, though. Still, the castle's up, right? Like, he's blocked from just now counter-raiding through the center. Does feel like he needs more protection, though. He has at least got the walls up, or rather the outposts up, so you can see the threats coming. Undermesh only now on the way, by the way. I mean, he hasn't had many reasons to build it, but the castle's going to be a real big nuisance. I think my worry for Louis is this type of strategy usually falls flat because it is a one and done. If you lose one fight, there's no comeback, you don't have the economy for it. And that's a fact that remains true in this type of game as well. Oh my god, I just realized the minimap was griefing us all along. There we go. Sorry about that. There was... nah, I'm not going to ruin it. There was someone dangling out the bomb. It's fixed. A bit of raid coming in here. Nothing too substantial in terms of damage. I just remembered something we're missing from the overlay. I'll fix that after game 1. And B is doing it. I mean, in fairness, he was doing it earlier than Louis was last season. We've got the T-Wincy walls. Not for the nest of bees, though, so the trebuchets to start crawling in. Oh, this is... I mean, this is karma, really. So we'll better start sieging away at the income, essentially, of loueMT here. We do have the Musafadi upgrade on the way, so it's giving the local knowledge for the healing. But has B got eco issues now? The deer's almost gone. He's got a lot of wood. He needs to start thinking about that granary transition. Problem is, where do you build it? Like, where is it safe? This is a crafty thing of what Louis is doing. He's always looming, waiting. Because he understands that B at some point has to build wide. All he has to do is bide his time with a quality army. 73 Mansa Musafadi. Decent front line. One that will definitely hold us own against the pass guard. B is now reacting with archers, so that will be his counterplay. But he's only in the infant stage of that. Now, part of the reason why B is going archers here is because of the counter, but the other part is he needs to. He can't afford to keep slogging out food-heavy units. Wood is the thing he has a lot of access to. Trebs from both sides. Looks like the castle for B is not going to last much longer here. Maybe he just sends a small group in for a dive. Yeah, so he's pulling back some troops to defend. Now there's the head on in. Needs to be careful because that is possibly going to be a loss of springles. Luckily, the extra health means not even a single one goes down. North side, I mean, he's got full eyes on. And then here we go. There is going to be a dive in. Warrior Scouts on the way to try and break through the wall. A castle about to drop here. 94 HP. It's not going to be able to stay up, though. Castle down. B strong point in the center removed. No sign of a new one coming. He goes for the poor man's version. The Barbican now being dropped in. He knows he needs a castle to survive this. He's not ready. I mean, this is the awkward thing, I think, for B. Like, conceptually, his strategy is meant to be Springles to counter Mansa. But Louis is just doing such a good job of patiently diving the sides. Never overcommitting. Just ensuring that B can't do anything else but run around his own base. Well, that's embarrassing. Can you just... Okay, that actually might have worked out for the better. I think B maybe reacts straight away if he sees all of them. I don't know why 4 of them were revealed, though. If B had enough. I think he's getting a little bit sick of this. Yeah, so he just tanks the raid as he's beginning the granaries. Oh, no. This isn't enough damage. He needs more. Louis now looking to jump in on the south side as well. Spirals are going to be able to do some decent damage here, but won't be able to keep up. And the tree line now in trouble. B isn't reacting to this at all. No, right now he's distracted. Starts to pull away. Javelins Musafadi here, then go for the body blocks. It's going to turn into a massacre. That's 15 worker kills now on the board for Louis. More to come. And B, this is what he feared most. Louis has been an absolute scourge with that north-south side creep. 9 villages up. But plenty more than that with the pit mines and whatnot. And it just feels like the Nesta Bees weren't able to go deep enough, fast enough here to do anything substantial. Louis loses maybe 10 units maximum. Gets away scot-free. And now I think B just has to go. Like, this is it. After you take a hit like that, you can't slow roll this anymore. Now, one important thing for B that he is missing right now. Did you notice it? He does not have a scout. He does not have an outpost here. Which means the Mansa Musafadi could easily catch him off guard. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit worried for that reason. I mean, in fairness, the Musafadi aren't immediately going to munch down on the SCBs. They're very tanky, but still. It will give him the gap close. The B definitely can't afford to experience it. Spear reaction pushes away the north side. This is just... this almost feels toxic the way he's doing this. I mean, B just looks completely handcuffed. How is this still 24 minutes in the game? Louis like, oh, hey, that's pretty good. Can't believe we had this whole time. Big clash over it. Mansa Musafadi should be able to tank through a lot of this. Emo Southside. Oh, an ugly engagement for B to try. This is looking over at this rate. B, where's his comeback? The siege is kind of irrelevant if you have nothing to frontline for it. And he's running out of bio quick. This might be the most siege we've seen at 24 minutes in a game in a long time. Between the two of them, they have almost 80 population in a siege. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, those knob shots aren't looking so crazy. He's just trickling in one troop at a time and turning around for high-value storm shots. The problem I see in this game is like, B, in theory, if you can just get a direct fight, great, stronger. Louis just never giving it to him. We even have Louis now building his farms where he feels most safe. Like a little rat in the trees. Stealth Forest is going to be a saving grace for his economy. Oh my god, please, no. They have so much melee armor. It's like B. Wow, he's resorting to berries. I mean, he only has one granary. It's not exactly the type of income that keeps you competitive here. Then again, what happened to Louis' army? Oh my. I mean, I knew he was going to struggle without Fulani, but I didn't expect this much. They're both drained. This is a pretty cool game one, actually. Although it wasn't the most action-packed in the opening minutes, I think we can agree that, like, this has reached a point of both having that feeling of, okay, what's next? Like, you can tell they haven't been able to practice this map much with it being brand new. So there's an element of, like, okay, I had this idea of a timing. He counteracted my timing. So now, what does the map offer? What can I do? I think whoever gets their farm transition up first wins. B's looking pretty good. He's up to about 25. Louis at 12 going on 16. And his are going to be worse. Now, he does have the cow to insulate him, though. That's a very important detail. He's not ranching them up, though. The goal here should be to add in more farms and then start ranching these. So you just have better infinite food, making yourself more pop efficient. You do have a sofa switch from Louis. Spears are being built by B, though. He's going repeater crossbows. Now, this would have been the solution to actually the Mansa Musafadi all along. Just obviously another slow unit. Like, the biggest problem B has had in this game is an inability to react. And honestly, a lot of what he's building doesn't solve that problem. It exacerbates it. Wait, villages? No textiles either? I mean, it's more than quick enough to build up. There are too many villages here, though. So we'll end up losing a few. In fact, Louis not reacting right now. No, he's diving in the center. Finally realizes what's happening. He's going to lose all the surplus villages to the north side. The Nestabis will not commit to it, though. No, he kind of needs to get the troopers back home because there is a dive coming in. Musafadi under the farms. Every time he makes a move, there is almost in synchronicity a move on the opposite side of the map. Oh my god, though. Like, if Louis finds his way into Imperial, I think Mango's just got this on lock. But for now, Nestabis are still the king. So Louis has to be very careful the way he engages with the siege. So we did have some villagers trying to actually excavate here. And relics are now being picked up by B. Because, yeah, gold is becoming harder to access at this stage. I hate these two colored hair dyes. Yeah, it's like, do I look better with a pink beard or a green eye patch, you know? I'm never sure. Nesby's moving in. Woo! Kiss my booby better. It stings. Big knob shot. 4 villagers survive. That is now loueMT, notably down in economy and in need of some vengeance here. Rebs are moving in. Nestabis are now on their way to react to this play. So respect the mangonels. There's a dive of Sofa coming on through. The Spirals on the south side. Need to protect. The Sofa would be the counterplay to them, but there's not many of them actually reaching the siege yet. They're getting distracted on the backline ranged infantry. The Spirals might actually be able to save his bacon here from getting cooked. Nice pierce through there. Clears the units. And now the Nestabis can move in for the kills. Big hit. Big scatter. Triple Spiral kill there. The clock tower effect on the Nestabis means they're way too tanky. Louis, half of the siege gone already. More to fall. I mean, this is it. This is the strike he was looking for. The Sofa flood was not there. Louis, Congo line of death into the mess. B able to stabilize, but it comes at a high price. Both of them just hemorrhaging so many villagers across this game, it feels like. Constantly kept in check. A B now with an overwhelming siege edge needs to look for a way to push in and truly punish Louis. Not just that. Yeah, one, the farm's got partially scudded, but he has a second granary set up, so B can afford to rebolster his troopers. Interesting that he's going into the Chiganu, so he was expecting Mansa Musadi. Ironically enough, the Spearman would have been the perfect guard. He's going to back up. This game is not going to end. This is crazy. I really wasn't expecting this in G1. You can get this on new maps occasionally, but more common, it feels like, is someone's idea is just so much better, and they just roll over the enemy. Crazy. Louis has not added in many more farms since we last checked, by the way. He's being carried by the cows, but ideally you want to stick them in ranches. Still hasn't happened. Oh, third granary set up. Does get spotted. Good rotation by the sofa. The reaction incredibly slow at B. Doesn't immediately pull the villagers away. Spears do now arrive, but that's going to be him 10 down. At what stage do you just try for a second TC? Your head's in the minimap and you don't like it? Exclamation mark HIMS. They might be able to help with that. Oh, they've helped fund me to deliver a beauty here. This is great. And reminder, we could have this 4 more times in this series. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Second TC it is. B finally accepts it's too much damage. So, there is, in theory at least, an opportunity for Louis. In reality, it doesn't really exist when you look at his military count. B has twice the army size. This is the thing. Louis is rated better, but B has fought much better. I wonder if Louis considers a second TC at all. Not really. From Orleans, you're probably going to want to be around 100 eco with ranches as well. Logic being your units are of lower quality. Mansa Musafadi helps offset that problem a little bit, but it's still a very situational unit. Too much safe wood. So the theory was that while there's a lot of wood, the way it plays is obviously it creeps further away from your base. We might thin the tree line a bit, so it's more like this than this. I don't mind that idea. It's just tricky, I know, with the map gen tools, because basically that's being treated as like a one-tile thick thing. Sofas are back again, by the way. I mean, B might have the siege on his side, but the Sofa are the kings in this matchup right now. Not much of a grand answer to them currently. I mean, if you can get a full choke point fight, sure. Springald, Desta Bs, all of it shooting down, but Louis obviously doesn't want to ever give that. Alright, one's if you think Louis is going to win this, two's if you think B is going to take it. Okay, we're getting a little bit of back and forth there. I like that. It does feel almost impossible to call at this stage. Because even long term, both of them have passive gold gen. Very similar passive gold gen, in fact. Reminder, by the way, this map doesn't have trade either. So if you think, oh, well, Malian trade, no, that can't exist. It's a myth here. Louis now just trying to brute force his way in against spears. The crossbows are getting access, so she'd be able to sweep it aside. Nicely done, yeah. If he'd been bogged down on the spears, I think likely B just holds that, and it looks really bad for Louis. Instead, we better dive deeper. We better force him away. Meanwhile, north side Sofas did go in there as well, so once again, B just hemorrhaging. Also running out of gold. Castle on the north side was never addressed. Center of the map, he lost all the defenses. And Louis even snatching away the safer gold to the south side. So he's trying to turn this into a starvation game. What's Chinese passive gold? Taxation. The imp officials can return the goodies. I think Louis can actually afford to go Imperial Age more safely. So part of the thing is like, yes, Chinese can go for a Great Wall Gatehouse, but where at this rate? I feel like he has too much he needs to protect. Whereas for Louis, if he has to just do a defensive landmark, say here, most of his economy is in this area. All that matters anyway. And I think Louis is about ready to consider a tech up at this rate. He's starting to stockpile now. He has 51 so far. In fairness, he doesn't have much to fear right now. Because if B tries to run out of his base, it's going to be similar to what it was before. Oh, look, you're trying to all-in me. I'm just going to raid you to death. I don't think B's at a point where he can snipe through all the landmarks yet. This is so obnoxious. Okay, so here's the thing. You thought BC was annoying with this, like, infamous late-game style where he floods horsemen the sides of your base? At least the horsemen go in and die. This has been ridiculous because they just don't commit. We're finally seeing him actually just blob and go in. It's because he has so many Sofa at his disposal. For the Huntress also coming in behind this. So the idea with these hits is to force a reaction now so that B can't counterattack because he's too deep in his base. Spears are going to end up losing those Sofas. Northside Nesta Bees are going to start sieging in here onto the castle. Sofas are getting ready to react. Crossbows, Spears need to defend. I don't think he's aware that there's a tech up coming right now. Rotation in. Sofas should be able to get the kill. No. Clock Tower just too good. The amount of pings on the minimap is absurd. I don't know if HIMS has like a pimple removal thing. You'd think the unit with the amount of red dots going off over here. Okay, so Louis technically creates space, but at what cost? He threw away almost his entire army doing that. So there is a potential opening now if B rushes across. I mean, is there a switch for Louis straight away that makes sense? He's against Nesta B, so not gunners. If he hadn't lost all the mangonels, then this play makes sense. You just go adjustable crossbars and win game. But obviously that siege got wiped. He never rebulked it. Yeah, the game's just kind of got weird now. He does still have a very big question mark, though. If he's not attacking, and he's not quick teching, what is his actual upside here? Looks like Castle's gone, so B will finally get some more gold. Yeah, it's been quite a long starvation here. He's had this gold, but it's kind of risky on the front line. This is safe on the flanks. Could even set him up for a stone grab and then a keep drop. By the way, we still do not have the Forgotten Ruins being harvested. I think, did B put one inside? Yeah, B's got two inside. Louis didn't bother. So B is at least trying to unlock those relics. Understandably so, he needs them. I mean, look at the confidence in Louis. Literally building his pit mine on the front line. Absolutely wild. Okay, so we do have the upgrades coming through for Louis. I believe he hasn't got Farima leadership yet. Farima leadership is phenomenal with Mansa Musafadi. By the way, he can also now go for Javeliniers if he wants. There's also the option to go for the Freeborn. But remember, when you go age 4 with Farimba, you get access to a second. And he went for the Freeborn. This is sick. Freeborn are some of the most HP efficient units in the game for population. We are still doing this. Oh, come on. It's going to slither around there like a snake. And at this point, Mansa Musafadi, they're sitting there with 7 melee armor against veteran spears. This is ridiculous. It barely tickles. He, by some miracle, has found the economy. Great Wall Gatehouse now on the way. He's even hidden it just out of range here, so it seems Louis none the wiser as to what's actually happening right underneath his nose. Sofa is still trying to leak in. I mean, at this point, I think Louis maybe needs to focus less on raiding, more on a direct attack. He's had a lot of extra time in Imperial Age, but hasn't really done anything with it. He hasn't been able to afford a switch into Mangonels, no adjustable crossbars, so honestly, I think B's in a better position here. The tech up about to complete. 2 TCs, so he can afford some losses. Granaries are just going to be so much better at this stage of the game. 60 granaries, in fact. Yeah, this is worrisome. It feels like Louis is now on the clock. No play towards Sacred Sites either in the past. And now with B having this up here, impossible for Louis to think about that win condition. And yes, you are seeing that correctly. Nesta Bees now appear on the Great Wall Gatehouse. Rotate and actually shoot. Shout out to the devs for that. It was a fantastic animation update. Before, the Great Wall Gatehouse just looked silly. Now it is silly broken, but at least looks logical. Ooh, B stepping back into the Yuan next. Elite techs are on the way, even elite army tactics. Gonna be a big edge for him in these fights, actually. Something that he needs. Or at least a neutralizer against the Mansa Musafadi effect. A pointless wall is being burnt through over here by Louis. Alright, predict when you think the game's gonna end. Because this is ridiculous. There isn't much left. Gold veins in the center. The relics are still on the ground, by the way. Like, Louis never even bothered to pick up his safe relic this entire time. At what point do you just call it littering? Louis with triple trem and bombard. He's starting to break through the defenses. He is patiently waiting for as many techs as possible. Hand cannoneer switch now coming in. This is the big one. The thing's been missing this whole time. Get his hands on the pyrotechnics, the extra range, serpentine powder, which is great against Mansa Musafadi, will allow you to kite them. Yuan should allow him to kite a little here, but instead B thinks it's a good idea to stand his ground. He kind of needs to. The Nesta B's in trouble. So for now with a dive, he needs to get that saturated shot under the big blow of Mansa. Villagers coming in for the repairs, barely able to keep the Nesta B's alive, but it looks like the mosh pit might be about to break here. Sofa's not able to get through. Yes, all range dead, but all siege alive. These things are ridiculous. Nerfed my ass. By the way, this is without additional barrels. This is without roller shot triggers. That was just siege being siege. That was ridiculous. Louis now with this type of reset, this gives the breathing room B needs to get into hand cannoneers. Sofas are trickling in. The Nesta Bees need to slow down just a little bit. A little bit of panic there. The villagers have to get their shivs out just to protect the valuable siege. We'll get away just in time to repair it. But there's a danger for Louis, you see here. If he starts trickling Sofa, the hand cannoneers will win that fight. And yeah, we're still at 0 cal gaming. I don't get it. I honestly don't get it at this stage. He never built a single ranch, from what I can tell. We are you kidding me? We're 45 minutes into a Malian game, and he's never built a cattle ranch. B, oh my god, he's doing it. It's Bao Chuan time! Okay, this could just be the nail to the cross moment. Get one of these Bao Chuans, get thunderclap bombs round the back of the tree line, and it's curtains. You need vision, of course, but you can easily get that by sending a few scouts in. It's crazy. Actually, it's even worse than that. Does B know about the farms? I don't think he does. If he ever finds out about them, though, once again, Bao Chuans just destroy all this. And this is the only thing keeping Louis alive. Without ranches, without cows being eaten, it's all on these farms. And then he has 1-2 extra farm clusters up here. Bombard's undefended. I do love it when Sofa come in at the end against Bombards. It looks like the spears are bracing against a cannon. Hold, man. We can tank it and not move. So both Bombards removed. I mean, is Louis running out of gold? He shouldn't be. The fat gold in the center is almost gone. Trebs are still sieging in. Barbican is down as well. Going a bit further north feels impossible right now for Louis, though. However, we talked about them. They're appearing. Freeborn warriors with 236 HP. I warned you they were chunky. Not just that, 11 ranged armor as well, which against hand cannon is not bad. Mitigating basically a third of the damage you take. And also getting a lot of bonus damage in return against them. 25 damage burst striking against a ranged unit. Movement speed, good enough that in theory they should be able to reach hand cannons. This is a thick boy lineup. And also should be able to absorb a lot of the STB shots. Speaking of which, Siege might be in a bit of trouble. Needs those springle shots onto the Freeborn. Low base damage means that the knobs will not die too quickly here. The sprills, however, are a lot more squishy. Siege starting to crumble a little bit, but the hand cannon account is looking good for B. 13 and climbing. Needs to be careful with this backline now against the Freeborn. Sometimes it's just hard to remember them. Like when you look at this giant blob, you might not realize there's Freeborn in there. But I feel like we're starting to kind of reach an exhaust point here. You'd think he'd be able to blob a lot more Freeborn on this, but something just doesn't seem to be adding up with Louis' production rates. I'm almost inclined to say no. Yeah. No military academy. It whiffed of it. You could sense it. Whether he'd be able to afford it, I'm not sure, but the lack of reinforcements faster here has definitely been his downside. Multiple engagements in a row now. And by the way, that Bao Chuan's on standby. Yeah, he done it. He sent a Spearman into the tree line. The Bao Chuans are now hunting. I mean, this is just a matter of time. I don't see what Louis has anymore. The boats are the final detail to prevent any sort of reset here. If he just claws his way towards the farms, I think that's going to be a wave of the white flag. Louis, truly on the clock now. Louis basically has no wood. Good thing Freeborn don't need wood. Food and gold, baby. Food and gold. What do you mean he doesn't have wood? Look at all this stealth forest. That's why they put stealth forest in the game, right? To chop it down? Yeah, that must be it. Problem for Louis is, like, you'd think that the Freeborn would counter hand cannoneers, but by the time you gap close, there's not going to be many of you left, right? Same with Springles. We do have demo shit play now coming out, so correct reaction in time before the Bao Chuans become a real nuisance here. It just feels like you're losing on land. Lou, the mangoes is a cool idea, but like, can you afford mass mangoes adjustable crossbars now? He has got still more gold left. 130 here, and then I think that's it. And then it's just passive gold. He did pick up 2 relics, mind you. But really what Louis needs right now is time. And time is most definitely not on his side. Hand clears with a dive in. Donald Bombard taken out, and the massacre. Oh, it's going to tilt the other way. Yeah, a lot of greenies on the ground, but now it's time to muddy in a little bit of pink into the painting here. We've got plenty of springles to kill him. Hand cannoneers as well. He focus fires the bombards instead. Villagers now pull for the repair. And it just... I don't feel like the Freeborn are killing enough. This is it. Louis been broken. This is a best of 9. And the first game is already almost an hour long. I was worried. I was like, one series show match. Is it really going to be a long enough fit? Yeah, I think we're safe. I definitely think we're safe. G1 to B. Oh, can we agree that this is a phenomenal map? That was truly entertaining. Big shout out to HIMS for sponsoring the channel for this. That was only G1. Right, I just remembered. There was something I needed to do. It was... we needed to add the logo. Because I thought I'd added it to this overlay, and I had not. So let me fix that now. And then if I go like this. See how it looks. Why is it? Wait, what? Why is it? 1 second. Apparently it was, I see what the problem was. It's the wrong file type. Give me a sec, guys. Just gonna fix this, and we'll get ready for game 2. So it needs to have. The problem is, yeah, it's a P. Like, but this is my favorite kind, by the way. Like, whoever sent this to me, they saved it as a PDF. Sorry, as a PNG rather. They saved it as a PNG, but they forgot to remove the white. Those are my favorite ones. It's a classic. All right, so let's take that out. Now if we go across here, boom. There we go. That's going to be fixed now. All right, fantastic. So let's hop back across to here and update the score. So G1 going to be, well played there. Crazy first game. Second map, where are they going to be taking us? So reminder, now they're going to use one of the maps from the rest of the draft. And do we have receding added in? I think Cal was working on that. Let me check. We should have it. I don't see receding yet. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that then. Okay, thank you. Let me know when it's up. But let's have a look. And no, that is the bracket. Like, we don't have a bracket for this. It's literally one series. Doesn't make sense to update that. Game 2 is going to be on Enlightened Horizon, though. I love this map. It's like, it's one of my favorite maps. It's my favorite map of the expansion. And we are going to be treated to B's Ottomans. So Ottomans versus Knights Templar. We're 30 seconds out from in-game. And let me pay out predictions. So B. We'll start a new prediction. Way to destroy age building and build somewhere else? Not if you complete it, no. Alright, let's get to it. That was a little bit laggy. Wrong scene. Doink. I do need to change that banner overlay now that I think about it. Would it look bad if I do this? I do. Might actually look okay if I just do this. It's not the best. I'll probably paint it white in a sec. I'll think on that one. Can put some money in the coffee to boost the price pool for this. I don't know if we boost the price pool for this one, but for other editions of this, yeah. I don't think we need to make every like matchup $200, $300, right? It'd be better to like scale it and have more of them, I guess. But yeah, I mean that money always goes towards prize poolings and assets, etc. All right, let's get to it. This is gonna be a fun one. Welcome back to the HIMS Cup, game number 2. The first one already delivered almost an hour of intense action on the new map, and now we go to another new map, Enlightened Horizon. All the rage of Discovery right now, and B, he thrives in that Discovery environment. Ottomans up against loueMT's brand spanking new Knights Templar. He got both of the new DLC civs. KT, in some ways, feel like they were built for this map with the Sacred Site, Pilgrimage. Might struggle a little bit up against Ottomans on pacing here. Now, in theory, Knights Templar are a very good spear into outpost blob civ because of the wood gathering. The negative might be prolonged melees because of Ottoman's upsides, the Vizier point system in particular. I'll have to see how he's going to address that. So, already we're seeing B being a scourge, a nuisance. Yeah, this surprises me, actually. Louis didn't walk out and build the racks here, so he doesn't think he can win the spears. If you do this play, it's because you're confident you can't be beat. Because otherwise, you lose the buildings. So the full process here, by the way, why B done it here? It's very efficient. You walk your villager out and start constructing this. You're going to be here for 45 seconds. It's practically the entire capture. And the spearman assists the finisher. And that's why it was so much quicker. B now rushing out is going to try to stop Louis from getting his hands on the coveted wolf dens that provide the 150 gold. Yeah, this looks a little bit scrambled right now for Louis. He's at least kind of reinforcements coming in, so kind of a bait and switch here, actually. Yeah! Oh, that's sick from Louis. He knows he can't risk taking the wolf den against Ottomans. So this is all to buy time so he can get the merchant camp, because right now, Louis is one villager down. So he needs that extra income to try and compete. Now B able to push Louis away. Will finally go after that wolf den. Merchant camp has been locked in. Now, the question mark is, can Louis actually get across in time to snatch it back? Was it burn at 30%? So, I'll be ready for that 150 mark, that threshold. Which if it's 35%. I always forget with burn structures. It's going to be tight. Louis trying to rush in a little bit too soon, though. Spear's doing a lot of damage. One more flurry, and you're just going to donate it across to B. Let's go turn around now. Oh, might open the window. No, there we go. Final spearman gets it. Nicely done by B. So gold in his coffer. loueMT roughed up as a result of this as well. Spearman, basically a death's door. Now he has to play for the age up. Now, B is going to mirror that age up timing, at least on the trigger. But Louis should be a little bit quicker in theory. The problem is Louis really needed that gold. Look at it. He didn't have a mining camp, guys. This strategy wholly relied on efficiency through Wolf Den. He missed it, which means that B is now going to have an advantage on the tech up. Minaret Madrasa on the way. loueMT shouldn't fall behind on raw timing, but obviously the sacrifice is it only takes you a minute to age up, but it costs you 3 villages worth of production. Yeah, and with 7 on Madrasa, B's not exactly going to be far behind you either. Don't know why KT challenges this. KT can be good at this if you can out-micro your opponent. It's also the fact that they gather wood really well, so they're efficient for that element. The problem with this type of build is, like, why didn't you build the racks out of the base if this was the intent? It feels like Louis was looking for a bait and switch into a yoink on the Wolf Den. He never intended to directly contest B. You can tell it by the fact he built the racks in the base, but you see the negative of doing so as well. Louis is going to try to sack the spears. This doesn't work, though. No, he's dead. All spears down. And B gets donated another. This is disastrous. 300 goldie up. And here's the other thing, guys. B building Spearman isn't seen as a negative in this matchup because almost every Knights Templar player does this. Kingdom of France. He wants to go Chevalier Confrère. That's now giving value to the spears that otherwise would have been redundant. The reason why the Minaret Madrasa seems to have come back into the meta. Yeah, so FC builds aren't as one-dimensional of a play for Ottomans anymore. They have a lot more feudal presence, I think, especially with some of these new maps. Another thing to keep in mind is that the Sultani Trade Network felt really nice in Pro Scouts meta for players like B, who would do delayed Pro Scouts off of the passive gold. But Pro Scouts has died off in popularity. Ottomans don't really benefit as much, even though B occasionally does it still. And Madrasa is more about tempo and control. So, with Pro Scouts being nerfed, and FC not just being as a default build as it was for Ottomans, Madrasa got a lot more value again. Because Madrasa is great for all-in feudal plays, but also can assist you on that Castle Age build. It's just, if you're going to play a little bit of feudal, Madrasa is better. Because if you're doing FC, the gold matters more because you won't run out of food before FC. But if you're playing feudal, there's a high probability your feud is running low. So having Madrasa with this replenishable source is just invaluable. So B has got the archers coming. Both of these teams are really good at doing archers. For Louis, it's an economical advantage with Knights Templar. But for B, it's a qualitative advantage. It's all about the meta timing. We don't have any military schools yet, but stables, I wouldn't be surprised if he cues a meta out there. Some players do like to go for the meta drums. I feel like it's fallen off in popularity, though, even though it's great for the chase. It just feels really finicky because if you A-click, then your units are no longer in formation, so the meta movement speed doesn't apply to them. Answer Soti told you had to sub. Wait, you sub? Rogue? Oh, damn. It hasn't come through yet. Yo, Twitch is weird like that sometimes, I swear. But thank you. I see the icon next to your name. Appreciate the sub, mate. Okay, so Chevalier Conchal here. We actually have B adding in the Ronin as well, which is really nice for the spears. Having 1 or 2 men-at-arms in there makes it very hard for archers. They have to target fire. Whereas you can just kind of A-click. The imams is really important here, by the way. Louis does not have enough to immediately remove that threat. Yeah, and he's at risk of being overextended here. He's going to look to retreat. Nice aggro on the ball by Louis. Not sure if it really paid off, though. Chevalier trying to get in are going to fail to do so. Aggro is good. Louis targeting down those spears. B is not considering a pullback here. No, he keeps up the chase. Yeah, no meta is problematic. B is finally queued it up. It's on the way. But I think that's an active production. Yes, quite pricey. In the field in 15 seconds. Spear count very low. B doesn't really have enough Chevalier counters to do this right now. Like, punting those spears is very risky. Feels like B is maybe overestimating the value of the meta timing. Then again, he does have mass. There's not many archers left. Chevalier do have less ranged armor. And he doesn't have the +1. Okay, there you go. Yeah, so all of a sudden you're doing 2/3 of your damage against these knights. This is super effective. And what is up, Mini? I appreciate the prime sub, mate. Welcome back to the swarm. So we'll be a retreat. Needs to be careful of the Imam. He's going to end up losing it. Imam. Oh my god. No, he goes down. No saving there. Only 1 healer boy left. B, has he overestimated his position here? He's got the melee armor activated to try and remain chunky, but the archer count is just not good enough here. He's going to get wiped. Louis, with barely any army left alive, able to counterattack and sally forth at the most crucial times. He's at least going to trade out that back line to make sure he gets bang for buck here. But cheeks most definitely firmly clapped by the French Knights. I can't believe that. I mean, B. It felt like this was an overextension. You could feel like it was a bit ambitious. Like, in theory, yeah, the steel arrow are really nice, but in the reality check, it's still a discount knight clubbing away at you. Unbelievable. B. Now with extra Vizier points coming in, I mean, what do we do here? Yeah, it's just going to be the standard. Anatolian Hills, so more food to be safe at home. No military schools. You don't usually see melee schools in a rush in this type of build. What I did expect to see more of was Sipahi. I'm shocked. I thought B would actually leverage Sipahi more heavily here. Because if you can use them well early on, you can slowly dent the Chevalier and then heal. Nice usage of the Ronin, by the way. Is going to spawn him to try and intercept the Pilgrim. Wait, no. Why? What is that pathing? What? How is that the straightest route to the sacred site? Okay, color me confused because there's no logical reason why they're going around that tree line. I actually feel really bad for B. That is so cursed. Okay, this one's at least going the right way. I don't know what happened with that other Pilgrim. That's very weird. So you will get the intercept here. 1 Ronin. Yeah, they have the movement speed to chase this down. You should be able to, in theory, kill a Pilgrim. Might require a little bit of micro to be clean. Who am I kidding? You call that running? Shh. Okay, you actually might want to micro it. Chevalier's on the way, so the Ronin will get killed afterwards, but it's a nice denial. 130 gold removed from Lou's economy. counteroffensive now. Sipahi. Okay, this is what I was talking about. This is where they're valuable. They have very similar damage to Chevalier and health as well. Don't get me wrong, they'll lose to a French Knight for sure. But Sipahi obviously are going to be the counterplay into archers. They'll be much quicker at cleaning that back line. So B finally starting to find that flow that felt maybe a little bit missing at the beginning. The Shaolin Pilgrims. Oh god. Maybe that's what's missing from one of the choices. One of the commanderies needs to basically arm the Pilgrims. Oh my god, that's what Phoenicians should do. You know, they're like a merchant republic. Defend yourself. Well, no, that's not true. They'd hire mercenaries. Oh, there's the play. You have 2 units that guard them. Like they hired mercenaries, basically. Like Condottiero. Okay, so wall's already up here. There won't be any tickle raids into the back of the base. B is starting to play a bit more dangerously out into the map with the D. Has been very efficient on his gold. This is a food and wood comp. Doesn't need anything else. Louis, is he considering a play into castle here? If he is, his gold, yeah, he's running out for it now. So has the budget into horsemen instead. All of a sudden, Sipahi are just going to have the clear edge. The meta is also becoming a little bit of a problem. You need to make sure that archer count is big enough to kill him. And is B being overly ambitious again? Meta just about gets away. He baits the Sipahi into the archers. Okay. All of a sudden, Louis may have just nibbled on a bait that he should have ignored. That was disgusting. B with just 12 HP left alive. The meta now carries the fight. That could end up just being game as well. loueMT is now in the back goal. A back goal that he won't keep access to, and he knows it. Curtains closed on it. B is dismantling him in this series. That's now a 2-0 up for the 3D Clan boy. The Ottoman boogeyman, I'm telling you, man. This guy on that Civ. All right. Love the color of your walls. What? The white? Thank you. It's a very deep and complex color choice. I don't know how I came up with it. Are you winning, son? We're always winning, man. I think I told you this years ago, Moo. The beautiful thing about being a caster is you're always winning. You don't care who wins. You're just having a good time. I guess that's not true. You could, like, get ghosted in Dota 2 and not get hired anymore. And then, like... Anyway. Oh, that was right. We were going to update the color profile of the HIMS logo, weren't we? Love the color of your eyes. Oh, yeah, as my daughter keeps saying black, I'm like, they're brown. Black! It's like brown. Black. Brown. And then you go, and you're a little freak because you've got, like, blue eyes. Not even mommy or daddy have blue eyes. What a weirdo. What an adorable, adorable weirdo. Alright, so we're going to update the color of the HIMS logo. There we go. That'll be better. Oh, I just realized we're on the wrong scene. There we go. Whoops. Ah, instincts. Okay, fantastic. So, second point on the board. Well, this is meant to be like a close matchup, okay? So I'm gonna need Louis to strike back. We're heading back to receding for G3. What are the boys gonna be cooking with? No. Who goes? It's receding. Diff map. All right, I need to stop Louis and freaking B before they load into Gorge for no good reason. I did explain the drafting format to both of them beforehand. Doesn't Brown have, like, blue jeans? Yeah, I think it's like, I forget the term. Not dominant, like, you know, whatever the word was in my brain. I can't think of in this second. Oh, blimey. You found a separate issue you need to fix. Wait, what have you done now? Oh, no. Please tell me, Loom. No, they freaking started it. Okay. I'm going to ring B. I hope one of them can hear Discord rings. Otherwise, this is like a pointless game on Gorge. I guess this is what I get for not writing a handbook. But, like, it felt quite obvious. I don't have them added on Steam either. Because, like, we have separate friends lists in game. I guess we're doing Gorge for game 3. Wait, what happened? They couldn't follow the basic instructions of every single odd map in the series is receding. So we randomly have Gorge for map number 3. Bruh. It's not hard to follow. I mean, like, maybe I'm just, like, wrong because Englishman or whatever, but, like, it shouldn't be hard to follow. Okay, this is a first in a show match that I've had so far, but one and all, welcome to game number 4. KP, there's only 2 points. Yep. No, just don't think about it too much. We're doing game 4 before game 3. The boys did not draft the correct way around. They completely didn't read what was said to them. So we'll have more receding after this game. So yeah, for those who don't know, we're hosting the HIMS Cup. This is the first edition. The format is with this new map receding. For this week, we're going to have it as game 1, game 3, game 5, game 7, game 9. Would all be on that map. But Louis got ahead of himself and typed Gorge. And then B was like, okay. So we've got a Deli versus Sushi matchup. Deli versus Sushi. I think Deli's still pretty good in this matchup now. This is... I mean, you have to play Pro Scouts usually, and the Pro Scouts are going to feel quite slow. So there's a lot of room for interception. Maybe you try and play like 1 TC all in, but I don't like the odds of that against this Civ. And by the way, I just remembered we need to flip that UI. Because Capture Age likes to load the game in wrong. So who does this favor nowadays on a map like Gorge? I mean, you've got the close by deer. In theory, Louis could just shove these deer in. And then maybe play for like that kind of 1 TC timing. But you're going to have to come out your base pretty quick. If you play Horsemen, in theory, they're actually not bad against Ghazi because of the attack speed increase. So you can kind of trade out reasonably well there. Dome of Faith. Nothing too unorthodox here. We'll be getting Meditation Garden as well. Is there a good Medi Garden? That one might actually clip both berry stacks. So would be a lot of food, which could allow him to ignore PS. But with 3 on gold... Yeah, and 2 still standing there. Okay, no, he's going deep. Oh, he's found the jackpot. In his eyes, anyway. Yeah, so 48 food, 25 stone, and about 30 wood, maybe? Really far out there, though. And look at the gambler. Okay, so a lot of people actually believe in the power of loueMT here. You got to kind of hope for it, right? We don't, like, no one wants to see a 0 at the end of a series on someone's side. You want to have that nice back and forth balance to it. And how did the sheep pool go as well? 12 to 18. Yeah, to be expected. Like, actually closer than you think, because, of course, Louis would have been gathering from the sheep already. Whereas B, he's got a nibbling for berries. You've lost 100k in real money's gambling? What the Yeah, just come here. Gamble fake points. And then give us money, I guess? Wait, I can't believe this guy just came in here flex like, I've gambled over 100k and lost it. But then he sits there watching ads on Twitch. What the hell? Okay, so Lou with the age up. It's definitely Pro Scouts. You can tell by the macro. He has a very wide deer spread. Did B go for the double mill opening? No, just a solo. I don't think he cares about Pro Scouts here. Maybe? Okay, there we go. Switches over. Yeah, so we are still going to get Pro Scouts coming organically. Sometimes we were seeing people go double mill, so you could get a more fluid timing into Pro Scouts with wheelbarrow survival techniques. But with the nerfs to Pro Scouts across the board, I think Delhi was one of the biggest benefactors. They were not hard stung by it. It's kind of the opposite, actually. We will get the standard thing. So Ghazi lost the blacksmith as well. Understandable. When you're playing against the Shushi, you need to be aware of the Chuganu timing they could go into. They could just ruin your game straight away. Wonder if there's anything exploitable about this spawn. I mean, he'll get the first deer back fairly safe. A little bit surprised Louis didn't spend any time shoving. Yeah, okay. He just goes to the yoink from the other side of the map, which is not going to work out well for him. Great intercept timing there by B. Fully aware of what was happening. First Ghazi in the field. You're going to want to follow this up with Spearman quick as Louis. So you probably go 3, maybe 4 scouts max. Produce that at the stable, and then you want a Rax coming in. Which he does now have the wood for. Because otherwise, the Ghazi just beat everything. Would there be a world in which you do Chug? Probably not. I mean, this is the tricky thing. Whenever I watch Delhi, like, anytime they open Ghazi, I kind of fear for the opponent. The best matchups to play against Delhi are the ones where you can force them into something other than their ponies. So, for example, French is really good for this. French Knights usually forces Delhi to build Spearmen. That keeps them defensive. That has a ripple effect. It means they can't raid you. It means they can't play for Sacred Sites quickly. They essentially have to forfeit the idea that they're in control of the map, which is a very foreign concept for Delhi. It's the thing that they're so dominant in doing. Sorry, I'm just typing out to the boys the process of map selection. So there can be no confusion. So I just remembered, obviously, because like they hop in with a slight stream delay. If I wait until the end of the game to tell them what to do, when I look back, they're going to have already started another map again. Okay, so Archers already from B makes a lot of sense. Chuganu switch came in very swiftly from Louis. He's missing the steeled arrow, though. Usually you don't rush it too fast, but the undermesh is going to be painful because of that. And I think maybe Louis is just thinking of hunkering down. Get both deer stacks home, and you're probably happy with that. Obviously, B can kind of mirror the greed. If he just rushes 3 Sacred Sites, he can mirror towards castle. You beat Delhi's KT going fast, heavy spears. I can kind of see that. So you're trying to like pseudo rush fast castle. I think, in my eyes, KT struggles against Delhi on land maps. When you have the extra economy of fishing, it's great. And you do fishing so well. But if you're just landlocked, the Sacred Site timing, the alternate castle play for Delhi. I think they just all play very well for them. Does B know? I don't think B knows where the deer is. I mean, he should kind of just be able to guess from what little the map remains. Potentially an awkward little detail there. Hasn't really been playing blocker. Instead, he's been kind of focusing on guarding on the sacred sites one by one. But Louis doing a great job of actually just denying those win conditions. Has been captured, so it will be a trickle of gold, but it's not long-term gains. More Ghazi. Okay. I thought B might start to think in a bit of a greedy way, but nah, he's just double downing on what he's doing. It could be because he wants Ghazi but wants Pro Scouts, so he's giving up the load. Doesn't want to sacrifice presence, but obviously needs to go for food. Maybe a little bit premature though, just doesn't really have the food count currently. And Pro Scouts did just complete, so now's the time to start grabbing the goodies. For Louis, I think now's probably the time to start thinking about castle. You could probably contest one more sacred site, maybe two. But like ideally, you're looking to play up and out of the age soon. Unless he sees something that's too good to resist. I mean, it used to be that Delhi versus Chinese was this very long feudal with Chuganu that was a winner, even against Tower Victory. Obviously, the difference in those days, when you went Tower Victory, you didn't really have this escape into castle because you didn't have many scholars. Now with Delhi, you just organically are constantly building them out in Dome of Faith. Even after the nerfs, still doesn't matter. 80 gold makes it way too worth it. One thing to keep in mind with Louis' comp, though, it's designed to go straight to the base. It's like he's not playing this comp that can raid. And you're seeing the way he has to decap sites as well. It's always one by one. So with that in mind, if B continues to go Ghazi, there is a timing here to just hit the enemy's eco lines before Louis is ready to all in. Dome of the Faith 2's cheap on scholars. It should be 100 gold. My brother, if it was 100 gold, I don't think you'd build it. The problem is, like, at the core of it, both of the Delhi feudal landmarks are just kind of toxically oppressive. Whether it's Tower of Victory or Dome of Faith. They both have a reputation as unfun to play against. Louis, I don't think he was expecting the army to be this big. This feels like an overextension now. The chase is in. Chuk moves slower, so there's no easy retreat here. Ghazi, you bait the spears to turn around. Now it's all about micro. Chuk count's just not high enough. Louis, he's trickling troops across to this right now. You Ghazi are at least getting pinched, but the spearman count shrinking fast here. Triple sacred site now locked in, and a heavy military lead for B. Louis, I think, maybe starting to regret his presence in the age here. I'd regret this a lot more. Forced to stand and fight here. Spearman. There's just not that many left. Yes, give me an A-click. The Ghazi, enough damage done here. B built the lead he needed. Now it's going to be the full divide dive. Does end up getting caught on the remaining few spears, but it's a trade-off worth it here. He's got more Ghazi on the way. Louis has barely any standing army. And is forced to once again fully reinvest. Yeah, and that scholar heal at the end of the fights. I mean, this is the thing about the scholars. They never really look that apparently effective when you have 50v50 military. But once you're down to the final 10, they turn what would be a Pyrrhic victory into a close victory. Not to mention they tank so many shots to the face. 130 HP on this unit. The low price of 80 gold. How did Louis get murdered in this matchup? He tried to square up with Spear, Chuk all in, but he played Pro Scouts. I wonder if he could have maybe just not done Pro Scouts and instead just focused on the mass blob to go. There's a lot of matchups at the moment that I feel like Pro Scouts, as a default, is just getting people killed in. This feels like one of them. Outpost is about to fail him. He maybe gets hand cannon slits in. It's going to be a repair crew, but at this point, like, this is classic Delhi. You, with the production behind this, reach a stage where the lead never shrinks. And as long as you're camping the gold, Louis has no out. He can't play for castle, he can't play for tube, because he can't afford them. This looks over. This is ridiculous, man. I don't know. I don't know if B's just playing on another level, if Louis maybe in need of a coffee break, but this is turning into quite the stomp. Game 1 so tight, so close, but the last 2, I mean, B has just been completely on top of the world. Fortified outpost at least going to be a little bit harder to burn through, but he already took too much damage. Yeah, he's forced to come out just to try and cover fire while he goes for repairs, but the archers aren't going to allow that. Villagers getting sniped down. Nico lead building. The sacred site was at least decap, recap. But this is just going to be a very quick stomp on Gorge. One more game before we have a redraft. And we are, by the way, going to have back-to-back games of receding. So maybe we can get back on track with these back and forth close and impressive games. We'll just have to see. So we are going to now fix the issue of like not doing receding on that map select, which it should have been. So we're going to have double receding now. Marine Lord will like this map. Have you seen the map yet, Marine Lord? It's something special. So we're going to get 2 games on that. Apparently the rules are complex. I mean, it's not that complex. Yes, we are going to have receding twice in a row. So it'll be 1 game, that'll be a redraft, and that'll be receding again. What have you done? What? Cow. I just wanted the receding map added, man. That's all I wanted. You literally just broke the map selection as well. Cow knows this as well. Like, I mean, I asked him to add something. So I asked a little something. So I kind of broke my rules in a way of like, you shouldn't really change things on the production day unless it needs it. But like, we needed the map icon. But he was like, I spotted something else. I'm like, oh no. Cow, man. Like, oh. Freaking ADHD brain is activated there. I swear. Yeah, where are my maps, Cow? Where are my freaking maps? I didn't even fix... Oh my god, dude. Like, Cow. Like, I am beating you with a stick when we next meet. Because, like, this is... Cow knows that, like, that what I just said is true as well. Like, you do not mess with a show mid-flow. What did we have game 2? We just had Gorge. I now need to try and remember the bloody matchups. Thanks. Did we at least get receding added? If we didn't, I'm going to mold. We did. Okay, thank you. Cluckaduck. We had Enlightened Horizon. So that was Ottomans versus... Knights Templar, right? Game 1 was the epic Chinese-Ottoman showdown. And we just had Delhi versus Shushi. And now we're going to have receding into receding. All right, we fixed it. Wait, receding doesn't even have a... Refresh the browser. Okay, yeah. One sec. Nope. Receding literally doesn't have a... Huh? right, we'll get there. Like, I don't know if we're going to get that fixed. But you'll see the map. It's a fun map. What is this tournament? And why does it not have Wikipedia? Because no one created Wikipedia. I then again didn't reach out to anyone create Wikipedia. So if someone wants to cook one up, then go for it. Because we'll be doing these at least semi-frequently on Fridays. So I'm trying to aim for every Friday. But if not, every bi-weekly, we're going to have a HIMS Cup show match. So if you guys are unfamiliar with HIMS, they are sponsoring this. So they provide a bunch of different Medicare solutions. We're focusing this month on hair loss prevention. But they also have ED and a bunch of other products that we'll be talking about in the coming months. But if you want to check out more about them, !HIMS in the chat to have a look. And you can go across the website. They have a very helpful quiz you can take to fill out and figure out, like, you know, if you need Medicare and what you would need. The interesting thing on this as well, by the way, you don't have to go through the complexities of doctors and in-person, like, conversations. It will all be done remotely from the safety and comfort of your own house. And, you know, the reality check is all of us are not going to have hair like mine. That's right. I'm going to be the obnoxious douche about it. You can't just have luscious locks like this, baby. Oh, or maybe you can. Maybe HIMS could actually solve that. The reality is genetics can be kind in some areas and cruel in the others. So if you want to try to maybe offset some of the cruelness, HIMS might be able to help you on the hair side. So give them a check out. Big shout out to them again for the sponsor. Okay, so I believe we are ready to get into game. Look at that guy. Look at him. Look at that hair. God, I'm lucky. Anyway. Let's get ready to go. Just typing to make it 100% clear that they are doing receding again after this one. Keeping struggling with like hair products must be the other. Hey. Whoa. I'm not even diving into that. Get that man out of here. Did you ever consider that maybe it's not a problem for me? Did you ever consider that when you redeem push-ups, you can't see what I'm pushing myself up with? Anyway, let's get ready for the next game. Predictions are up. Go for it. The epic map returns. One and all, welcome back to the HIMS Cup. Battle against Baldness on Receding. That is right, the map that needs some help with the battle against Baldness. I'm sure HIMS has a medical solution that might be able to assist with that. But we are getting deeper into Series B versus loueMT, and it's quickly starting to turn into a little bit of a stomp here. B now 3 games up. loueMT needs to strike back, and this could be the perfect solution. Jean against Mongols. Mongols, if they were thinking about an outpost rush, it's going to be difficult to achieve. Louis, already paranoid of that detail, has committed early into an outpost for his own protection. Very early into an outpost, actually. He can turn this into an edge. Now, one thing to keep in mind is there's not going to be any silver tree trading shenanigans. This map does not have any trade. It has some interesting features, such as the receding tree line. But it also does have some of the points of interest. So, Merchant Camp on the north side, very valuable. And outside that, we've got Forgotten Ruins, which kind of devalues fast castle builds a little bit, at least for relic rushing. So, I think one of the interesting things about this map in particular, guys, is like H3 is not necessarily busted on this map. At least it doesn't have the same diversity of strategies historically it does. So, wait, even the wall? This is a lot from Louis early on. I mean, I don't think it's even possible to get a villager around there that quick. But he wants to be safe. This is like the equivalent of having 2 outposts in theory. Reality check, though, like if your opponent can actually build an outpost there, he can still grief you. In fact, if he outpost... Oh my god. I'm not sure if you can place an outpost there. If you can, that's disgusting, though. Because that would then block the gold and the tree line. And remember, Mongols, they've got the falcons, so they can punt vision over and see. Yeah, it looks like B is actually going to commit to the spears. Wait. Is he doing what I think he's doing? Oh my god, B's cooking. Oh, this is sick. This is actually sick. So, remember, the Forgotten Ruins feel useless for a lot of civs early on because they generate stone 60 a minute. You have to garrison a villager inside. Well, 60 stone is more than a standard villager can gather, but more importantly, Mongols cannot force gather stone. So instead, he can use the stone to double produce a Mongol army. This is so smart. This is a sick play by B. I questioned the racks because I was like, there's no way you can rush the base, but it wasn't about that at all. What a cool idea. Khan on the north side can at least get blocked. I mean, you maybe want to split one spear up there, but yeah, second villager on the way. Oh my god. B's brain is so big that I fear for the size of his head that if he ever starts to bulge just a little bit, how noticeable it would be. So the good thing he's in a HIMS tournament. Oh my. Louis gets some vengeance here, though. And very tricky to now try and reset the ball onto the spears. He's going to try for it. The Khan is going to respawn, remember. The scout will not. So I don't know if Louis can actually attempt this. Yeah, he's going to have to forfeit it over. So Merchant Camp goes the way of B as well. He's got double stone gen. That's going to be a lot of stone coming in. So he has 190 stone a minute, I believe it is. Up to 160. Should be going higher. That's crazy. What a sick strat. And now I guess B's just going to stockpile it for his feudal timing. Maybe play Mass Keshiks because you are against Xion. He turns it into a triple. This is sick. There's even an argument potentially for like double producing villages, but obviously he's not close enough. Now, negative of what B's done with his spawn priority, he's nowhere near the tree line. So if this opening play fails, he's probably just dead. Because he won't have the wood for a transition. Like, actually, funnily enough for Louis, the play here would be Spears. I don't know if he realizes that, though, but Spears is kind of sick. Because B wouldn't have the ability to produce archers. What a cool build. I mean, this is the first time I've seen someone do this, but in fairness, Forgotten Ruins just aren't being used in map design right now. I'm hoping we can change that and maybe shine a light on it, because it is a cool feature. Changes the dynamics, and certain builds just aren't as viable, such as the Fast Castle Relic Rush, which I like. Boar is proving a nuisance. B, he really doesn't want to allow the decap. Because if it gets decapped, you get ejected. It has to be all the way. I wonder if B, like, is there any world in which he kind of, like, skims feudal aggression and goes Fast Castle for the relics? We have got... Whoa, hold on a sec. Whoa, B. Whoa, B. Timing? Timing check here. No, that outpost is not going to be quick enough. John moves in for some swings. It's only one cleave, though. Knight has now arrived. Double spear to try and protect. Okay, he does rush it up in time. That was uncomfortably close. I think what deceived B a little bit was Louis' outpost early on gave more XP to Jean than he was expecting. Able to dodge the bullet. Now the outpost here, he should be able to just kind of camp on the Forgotten Ruins to keep the villager safe. These ones less so, so this is where the risk of what B is doing comes in. What is he after here? He has 650 stone. I guess he's just waiting for a transition. There's nothing here that's that crazy worth it. Like, you're not really going to rush additional torches with no units. This is crazy, though. He has got 277 stone. There we go. Villager finally gets ejected. It's ridiculous. This has to be Mass Keshik, surely. Yeah, there we go. Stable's being dropped. This is actually such a crazy timing. And even worse for Louis, he went pro scouts. Oh my god, he could just get flooded. Is it even worth going double stable this type of stone income? Just so you get them out quicker, maybe. So I feel a bit bad, actually, for Louis, and here's why. Based on game 1, we actually posed the question about whether Louis had even looked at the map or practiced it. I'm not sure if he had, because he didn't know about the merchant camp on the north side in the first matchup with Chinese Marlins. Whereas B has clearly sat there and just played out a few scenarios. He's thought about a few ideas here. He's being very creative on this map so far. Here comes the double Keshik pump. Queue him up, boys. We've got plenty to go. Even Q's the Spearman as well. He still has it. This is ridiculous. 2x2 on the Keshiks, 2x on the Spearman, and he still has enough to 2x on the Keshiks again. This is gross timing. Now, diving the base is going to be a bit difficult without undermesh. But you can intercept the Pro Scouts, and I think that's going to be B's #1 prerogative. I don't know if he knows about it yet, though. Doesn't feel like he's scouted out yet. B should be getting a little bit suspicious at this point. Why would John stop attacking me? It must be something eco-focused. Have Knights circling around the back, but this is tricky. I mean, until the Mongols come out for an actual tree line, you don't really have much to target here. The funny thing is, B doesn't need an actual tree line because he's using the straggler trees on top of the ball. This game only becomes cursed for B if he has to go archers. Now, in fairness, over time, there is going to be a negative where you have to keep moving the go around, but like this is... Wait, he's just spamming gut? Why? Wait, why are we building more gurs? I guess the gold are here? Yeah. Triple gur is kind of nuts. Let's get the deer shove in. So that's going to be at least one stack of deer denied for the Pro Scouts. Hey, Marine Lord, does the map remind you of anyone? Nice count is actually looking good for Louis. B is going to struggle to play wide here, I think. Because he kind of needs the Spearman to bolster the defense. Semu at 10 years? Oh, come on. At least be kind, 11 or 12. I tell you what, I'm actually kind of impressed that Dimmu had a beard at 10. I'm trying to think if I ever knew like a kid in high school that had a proper impressive beard. I don't think so. It was always the very awkward looking mustaches, you know, the pencil tashes or whatever. So calming moment here. I don't know if B's opening has really paid off. This is going to make it better, though. It is going to be a trend towards castle. That's what was missing. Oh, does he have the food for this? With the deer, yes. Pastures is not a possibility here. He just doesn't have the tree line. You can see Louis intentionally avoiding the direct fight. He doesn't want to give over an advantage that would allow B to move out for that word. What a crazy game. Middle Easterns have full beards in high school? Okay. Never thought about that way. We English not so much. You don't have Arabs in your schools. Okay, yeah. Well, I think we had a few. It's just, I guess they shaved. Still remember that was like a very polarizing experience now that I think back on it. When I was a little kid. In my primary school, there was a single Asian kid. And it's like the first... I don't know if you guys remember that experience. Like the first time that you meet someone who is of a different like racial descent to you. Very clearly. And you're like, huh? What? I never knew there were different people. Oof. Not a pretty fight there by B. Well, he's taking as well. They're trying to buy a little bit of time here. I think Louis knows. Pushing is difficult though. Love that deer stone placement by B. Just moves it up intentionally to keep that aura. Gives him rotation, actually, between the runes. Runes that are done now, right? Yeah, this one's already tapped out. I think these runes have, like, maybe a minute left. Oh, no, because he got ejected. It reset. Yeah, he's got full time. Yeah, something to be careful of. When you actually, like, decap these, you reset it. So, for a civ like Mongol, it's just more and more stone. That is a dangerous villager, though. Living life large, but definitely not in charge. Gets walloped down. Choke point fight. Kind of dirty. Should have favored the archers. Feels like it definitely did. Louis able to just scalp a bunch of those spearmen cleanly. Not many left over. I mean, B in a shaky position here. Waiting on the veterancies to come in would have been better. But Louis refuses to give him that time. He's going to pound into him here. Enough XP to get to level 3. No spearmen left alive. Barely any Keshiks up. And Louis, has he finally done it after 4 games? Can he finally get on the board here? It's looking good right now. He's built a slight villager lead. Knight count is looking great. Level 3 Jean with cleave. Huge. B with just Keshiks. If he had enough, great answer. But against this many Royal Knights, it's just a death sentence. Damn. All right, B. The brain may have been too big, yeah. So big that it vibrated the hair follicles away from the head. Should have taken more hymns. And now, he's going to have to sing a hymn. And hope for a divine intervention, because that's the only way he's going to stop the divinity of Jean. This is over. He went for a timing build, you can tell. Like, the thing is, the stone idea was really cool, but the loss of a tree line just left him so predictable here. Louis had the perfect read. Great patience from the kiddo as well. We noticed it in game 1, actually. Like, that's why it was so close between China and Malians, is Louis' patience pays off. Now for the second time on this map. I mean, game 1, yes, he lost, but so many moments where you thought he could have won, and this one, difference is the decisiveness of it. Understood his timing perfectly, and it's time to run the Mongols out of town. Cool game, all the same. Yes, another Mongol L, but a vital lesson learned. The new Forgotten Ruins may have been unintentionally a substantial buff to the Mongols. And the time's going to tell for sure. But judging by matchups like this, they need something to increase that win rate. Whew! We done it, boys. He got one back. 2-2. All right, so it's not just going to be a wash of a series. Thank goodness. Mongols versus Jean. We get a redraft now. Life is good. Mongols got buffed by the new runes. Doink. Is it 2-2 or 3-1? It's 3-1. That's Louis' first win. So we have got a redraft coming in. I think it just completed. Oh, okay, they're midway through. So let's open that up now. So it'd be B on the left again. Thank you to those two for that. I usually appreciate. Actually, they shouldn't have been B on the left again. Should have? They should have switched sides, technically. At this point, I'm not even gonna let them have at it, because usually you always flip. By the way, guys, in terms of other sponsors, reminder, we also are still working with Opera GX. You guys were phenomenal the first day, 64 new signups. Go check it out. It is free to download, free to try. So what you need to do, you need to download the Opera GX browser, install it, create an account, and then !HIMS and go across and check out the HIMS website. If you're in need of any medical treatments to do with hair or keepy uppies of a different kind of football, then HIMS is your guy to help out. What Mongol shenanigans you can do with that much early stone? Fast castle, mass springalds. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Okay, so we're actually getting Byzantines coming out this time. In terms of maps that remain, by the way, we have used only Enlightened Horizon. So after receding, we'll go into another one of those maps. So it'll either be Gorge. Oh, sorry, we done Gorge as well, didn't we? Yeah, so we've done Gorge and Enlightened Horizon. So we've still got Himiyama and Dry Arabia to play. Alongside more recedings. Smart man, hey, bro. Exactly how it needs to be done. The conch guy that was placed in gold and my actual gold... Wait, what? I mean, this is... I've learned in this community, Moo, when you complain about randomers in team games, the response you get is have friends. Pepe hands. Oh my god, I just realized I never actually posted on the Discord. I'm going to add here now. Oops. I knew I forgot to do something. Oops. Some people are like, I'm already here, KP. Knew I forgot to do something. Humoring the trolls? Nah. Don't act like you're not one of them. Don't act like they're not your people, Moo. We all know you're part of the party, compadre. Okay, so... Oh, we need to pay predictions as well. Louis done it. Whoop, whoop. Got a couple of friends to play, but they're low gold. What do? Become the gold. Be the gold. Yo, like, being high ranked is overrated. Do you ever go to the zoo and you just, like, watch a monkey scratching his ass and eating a banana? And you're like, I wish I could be like that. Right? Like Moon knows where I'm going. It's like, you ever open, like, a game of Dota 2 or, like, low-ranked people and you just see them, like, doing stupid crap. Like, just building 6 divine rapiers in not even a meaningful way. They just think it's good. You're like, man, I wish I could be that ignorant. That's so nice. You just do things. Is this a boner tournament? No, boner tournaments are month 2. This is a molding tournament. You need to lose and then moan about the fact that you lost to the point that you lose hair. And then because you've lost the hair, you have to then go across and check out HIMS because they've got ways to help bring that hair back. It's a cyclical thing. Gaming these days is so moldified. It's always trying to stress you out. It probably is going to lead to early onset balding. Maybe, just maybe, HIMS with a few months of application could help save some of that. I want to go back to gold. Those are the good old days, for real. Like I say this, I mean, and this is saying someone whose like livelihood is in esports. Sometimes I regret esports existence. I love it. Right? Well, I love it, and then also you can hate it when like you can't get high by X or Y event, blah blah blah. But for all the things I love about esports, one of the things I do hate is how people just don't simply enjoy the game anymore. They have to be like their favorite pro. And it's like, in the nicest way possible, you're never going to be like your favorite pro. Or probably statistically unlikely. You know? I'm the reality check in life. I'm not your mama saying you can be an astronaut, okay? We all saw your grades. We knew she was lying. The reality is not everyone is going to be at that level. Not everyone has to be at that level. I'm envious of the person who doesn't care and just enjoys themselves. They're having so much more fun with gaming than we who sweat, you know? Like, but KP, they never win. No, they will win, because there's people just as bad as them, and they'll occasionally win. And they'll just enjoy it and go about their day. Even if you get as good as a pro, you'd have your own style? I mean, sure. But, like, what are you getting as good as a pro for? This is the thing I always say to people. So, like my point is, like, unless you... The best way to do it is you play the game and have fun, and then you're like, oh, wow, I'm having fun, I'm actually good at the game? Okay, let's become a pro. But, like, unless you want to be a pro, or you happenstance into it, why do you care if you, like, are good at the game, you know? And ranked RTS for fun with the boys. That's the other thing, right? Like, I remember it was so sad with Apex Legends because, like, my friend wanted to start playing it. And, you know, I get rid of it. I'm almost starting the game up, by the way. But, like, I'm like, oh, yeah, like I'll play with you. And they just didn't have fun because, like, I am ultra sweat. Like, I think for most people, like, in the chat right now, I'm probably, like, the sweatiest, highest ranked person you knew from, like, Apex. Like, it's not the flex. It's just to tell you how extreme it is. Like, I'm full, like, yeah, send it, left, one hit, right? Like, rotate, freaking slide jump, switch, all of it. Warzone, right? Like, freaking slide canceling all over the place. All this crap. But, like, that's not going to be fun for them because they can't exist in that environment because the people I'm going to get ranked against are going to make the game unfun for them, sadly. It's fun to be good at the game. I don't think it's as fun as you think. People who aren't very good at a game think it's fun. People who are understand it's not that simple. Like, ask Moo right now. Like, Moo, is it that fun to be good at Dota? I know you're NA, so it's like for real though, right? Like, do you sometimes miss what you had when the game first came out, which was like the discoverability? All right, let's get ready to go. Playing pro matches are fun. Playing public good matches as a pro is pretty ass. Exactly. It's like, it's fun when you're doing the tournament stuff, not when you're not. Which is why we create so much tournament content here. So that everyone can have fun. The more I see this map, the more I'm loving it. Welcome back, one and all. We are once again in receding for the HIMS Cup battle against Baldness. That's right, they might be able to help you in real life, but we're here to help you with entertainment in-game. loueMT versus B. Game number 5 in this best of 9. Finally, after 3 grueling losses in a row, loueMT was able to break that streak. And we've seen this type of Louis before. He's a dangerous fellow. All it takes is one game to rally. Jean versus Jushi. Could this be the beginning of a huge comeback after that reset? I mean, the Mongol versus Jean matchup, Louis looks so good on his timing, and he is something of a Jean aficionado. One of the most threatening players on this Civ in the early days, in fact. B with the Shushi, it seems a little bit more obvious the path he wants to take. Shushi just incredibly popular. But in the Pro Scouts war, one thing I will say is usually the guy who wins is the one who doesn't participate. And is Caillou here? Caillou, we have a problem. Oh, wait, no, we don't. Okay, we're safe. I was like, where are the deer? This is looking really good for Louis. This is a map of the board man? Yes, to raise awareness. To solve board issues. And have fun doing so. This is cool, though. By doing this deer shove-in, Louis doesn't necessarily need to play Pro Scouts. And that's a huge edge. It means he can block B's win condition. Because B, with Shushi, you're almost always thinking Pro Scouts. If he wasn't, he would have at least tried for a deer shove already. It did come at a trade-off, though. You may notice what Louis done to get this. He didn't scout for sheep. He also didn't go for the merchant camp. However, Louis might realize quickly there's still sheep on the map because of this. Wait, where are the sheep? There should be some. I'm noticing a huge lack of sheep. Huh? How are there none on the south side? At all. Like, B pretty much got all the sheep just by heading north here, if I'm not mistaken. He's got 10 sheep compared to 5. Okay, there we go. Louis found some. Wait, did Louis find some or did B donate? I think... Did I just miss that? Did B donate again? There's no wild sheep. All sheep spawn near player TCs. Ah, thank you, Caillou. Appreciate the clarity on that. Wait, but what happened then? Because Louis didn't have sheep, or did I just misread the UI? I swear he didn't have sheep at minute, like, 2. He was down to 1. Anyway. Focus on the forward a little here. Scholar Cavalry is going to be coming in. Meditation Guarding does get dropped on the north side. That is a lot of wood. Oh my god. B is role-playing as a beaver. Wait, but why not north a bit? You lose the corner piece, but you gain straggle trees and you get the gold? I don't know. I feel like the gold's just a little bit better there. By the way, shout out to Caillou for getting rid of sheep roulette. Honestly, I think it's probably one of the biggest things plaguing the game still that needs to go. I don't think the sheep RNG game is fun for really anyone. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe someone out there loves the sheep game. I'm guessing it's because you always win it. But I think for a lot of people, it's not a good feeling to feel like your game is ruined because you didn't find the sheep. My YouTube titles need to be simpler and stupider. Yeah, the problem with that is if every single YouTube video says, this game is epic, then, like, you literally got repeat titling. So you have to have some originality. Okay, I like this from B, though. So he is going to get the deer shove in. Wait, why are we killing the deer? Chill. Chill. It's worth shoving this deer in and then pro-scouting the other one. Louis is going to have knights on the way. So, likely we're looking at wheelbarrow here just to get that mobility going. Wait, no? Alright, I'm a little bit surprised by this. He's still going pro-scouts. Very unexpected build here. I like the idea from both of them of, like, you know, the deer shove in to just remove the value should de-incentivize the play and reward you, but in theory, what should have happened here is Louis should have just been barreling without pro scouts, and then you just see this environment where B can't get this deer in the middle. Instead, I think what Louis is doing here is playing as if he would not do pro scouts. Because the deer shove in into the knight, B's like, oh my god, I'm being attacked. So in theory, what should end up happening is B's going to guard this area, and then Louis can sneak the deer. And B can't really rush out with Spin to defend the deer, because if he does, these knights can slip into the back. The more Jean Dork. Gonna be putting on her reading glasses. Doing something that would bore a lot of us. Jean versus all the wildlife, apparently. Doing double scout, just get less sheep. Yes, I mean, there's some maps where double scout is really good. So Gorge is one of them, for example. Gorge double scout can quite reliably get you 75% of the sheep on the map. Because you just run a scout down each side, and then whichever side your opponent's on, you know to dial back on your own side again. And the other one, you just keep running to the enemy side. Nice intercept here, Louis. Not the best trade on health, though. That scout griefed him. Yeah, no. So Louis, the idea there is to move in with the scout first, so he absorbs the brace, and then you hit double knight. But what happened is the knights got in the way of the scout, and then the scout got in the way of the second knight attacking. So he just took a lot of damage and barely done anything. He even managing to micro away on 1 HP here. Man, Jean is just a psycho the way she jump swings, by the way. I feel like we never talk about that a lot. Like, how? That sword is so much bigger than her. And I don't want to bicep shame, but like there is not really much meat on those bones. I guess she's a climber? I swear, guys, like climbers actually have a lot more muscle than anyone ever expects. It's just they don't go to the gym and swole it, bro. She does have the Divine Restoration. Nicely done. A lot of injuries already for B. Wasp is coming, but looks like he's getting the Pro Scouts play home. B already took the south side one, though, right? So they've... Oh, no, actually, like, someone got taken by Louis. So overall, like, a decent haul for him. Another important detail here is you might think, oh, yeah, but Shushi has 20% more food, so he'll be fine. Remember, Jean is getting discounts as well. So it's not like you just get completely crippled by the efficiency difference. They're actually quite tight. She has the Zweihander? Yeah, but why does she have the Zweihander? Why does the French girl have a German sword? There's an inappropriate joke in there somewhere, but we're going to focus on the fact that B is rushing Castle Age on a map where 3 of the 5 relics cannot be rushed. No, he'd have to capture these and gather from them to get the relics. So Louis literally has one place he needs to camp. By the way, it was 68 wood and 25 gold in the end. It's a lot of wood, this gamer. I don't know, like, if you're not going to go archers, it doesn't feel that valuable, though. And obviously, with Chug being the option, I guess, like, of meditation gardens, there weren't really much better options. As you don't get a really big berry batch next to your base. A guy in full plate armor was flipping 20 times in 1 minute. That's not hard to do. I mean, like, the gauntlets are a little bit clunky, but you could easily flip someone off 20 times. So Louis, usually the way you play this, you just keep scaling knights. B is already switching to crossbows, which is going to be a little bit problematic, but Louis, honestly, like, archers is the come from behind solution here. You have to play this for a few minutes and bulk up to 20-30 archers. If your opponent's not going to play heavily armored units, you're actually not in a bad position. And you have to remember, like, what does B actually achieve this age up? He got 1 relic home. That's probably the only relic he's going to see this game. Unless he somehow sneaks all the way across next to Louis' base and takes this. We do have Louis now on the stone. That's curious. Probably just outposts. I can't imagine he's thinking about creeping a TC with 1 villager. That's a very long-term plan. Yeah, Louis, not as sneaky as he thinks. Outpost and scout does see him. What's the prize pool? We got 75 bucks on offer for these wonderful lads. So winner takes 50, loser will take 25. Hopefully, if there's a lot of positive reception to HIMS and also a lot of people tuning into these, then we can go back and talk to them about bigger prize pools and bigger tournaments. Ooh, nice to know on the scout. I mean, Louis has got other ones, but at least strip some vision away. What happened on this tree line? Scammed. Use HIMS for your bald head. I mean, that's the thing. Not everyone can look as glorious as this SHOWMATCH. Even when he's dying, he looks phenomenal bald. For everyone else, there's him. It is actually kind of beautiful that in the battle. Now I think about the battle against Baldness tournament, we have caught Shushi. And to keep this tight series, it is kind of the battle against Baldness because Louis needs some more points on the board. This would be a big way to secure some. Goes in with the dive. Villagers, there's not enough room for safety here. This is going to hit hard. No counterattack coming either. He needs to get the troops home, but the problem is he overextended moving forward. Good dodge there, B. Here it's to the west side. Louis, of course, having to go east because otherwise he would have at risk being stuck. He didn't know there wasn't actually a wall up here yet. Louis gradually now trending towards that age up. Now, he could try to sneak the second relic. There is maybe a small window here, but it's risky, not guaranteed. However, he's got 2 shallow monks that aren't really doing much of anything else. We're getting the stage where Louis is actually going multi-flank. Hold on a second. Am I getting deja vu, or have we seen this already today? I'm getting flashbacks to something. Yeah, this is very reminiscent of G1. Ironically, a game that also featured a Chinese Civ on the defensive. Of course, that was Malians versus B's Chinese. loueMT is trying to mimic the same idea here again. Knight's just a little bit quicker than a Malian flood to do so. Good blocker on the ball. Knight Raid about to hit the tree line. B, no reaction yet. He's distracted. Yep, he's focused on the outpost, so dive into the base. Villages, there's nowhere to go. It's stacking up quick. Almost a 10 eco lead now for loueMT. More archers being built as well, so loueMT aware there could be a counterattack brewing here. At this point, B kind of has to lean on that idea. He's running out of leeway here. He's got the second relic coming home to pad those losses a little bit, but he needs to strike back fast. Because if it takes too long, this is going to continue in an awkward direction. Why are there villagers for B? on the front line. What? 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 Outpost, maybe? I'm so confused right now. I think he accidentally selected them. They were meant to be on the ball. Yeah, oh my god, no. He selected the villagers. So he's idle this whole time. That's actually a pretty big difference right now. May give Louis the catch-up he needs. Guildhall is on the way. I can't believe that is genuinely the difference right there. Imagine the extra units B would have coming in if he'd been gathering that food the entire time, but instead, these villagers shuffled back towards the berries after a long walk. Louis, Guildhall pretty smart here. We saw this map can get very starved very quick. Why do people say Shushi is so good when they keep dying to horses? Because you build their horses. It's that simple. I mean, John Shushi is a little bit of a tricky one. There's a lot of pressure coming in. And with Pro Scout nerfs, I think Shushi's maybe in need of some more exploration right now. To figure out what's next. Sevenville's down, same military value? Well, the point is, with this type of army, you should be more capable of diving if you reach the enemy base. The problem is, when you go spear crossbows, you're stuck defending. You can't just rush. And that's what Louis is exploiting. Very reminiscent of G1. So, calming moment here. Does Louis just completely forgo knights? It's quite interesting of a thought, actually. I mean, there should be a decent amount of gold access, especially with that Marine Lord spawn. What the hell? I only just noticed this. He got triple gold on one screen. Like, actually, the winning play for Louis should just be an arbitrary switch, you'd think. Maybe he's worried about Nesta Bees. It was the thing that made that game 1 drag so long. Good micro there. Garrisons a few crossbowmen in just to keep them safe. I think what I'm really enjoying about this map, and you know, feel free to say if you disagree, but I think it's nice to have these type of maps. The starvation. The idea that like you can run out. You can feel that encroaching idea, like that encroaching moment, like I will be out of resources. And you're like, well, because we don't have this back corner, I can't just build my farms here safely. If I want to add farms in, I have to think about it. I have to be very delicate about that transition. I like that. Farms shouldn't just be something you easily do and shrug about. B, well read. Pass guard would be the solution to what he's up against here. Dangerous to do so blind because the possibility is your opponent's going arbitrary. It's like John's best comp. But he's seen what the comp is. He's seen the archers, he's seen the horsemen. Speaking of set ponies, hit on the north side. Would be worth wrapping around the back. And there we go. Yeah, Louis gets a little bit deeper to guarantee the kills. Villagers are going to try to run for it, but should get pinched here. Spearman close enough to react. The textiles going to save a few lives, but it still ends up being 3 dead. Nothing but 1 pony lost for Louis. Really good strike in there. Ordnance Company is now on the way. Possibilities start to emerge for Louis here, folks. Siege is a strong pivot for Louis to consider. If he plays into Springolds, he can clear everything B has right now. Level 3 Jean just kicked in as well. Arbitrary switch is going to be coming through. I wonder why Louis doesn't want Siege here, actually. It probably is the rep for the map for raiding. I think Louis' #1 goal, what he learned from game 1 on this map, actually from game 4, you don't really want to be the full defender. Playing infantry, playing siege, it means you are going to be reacting constantly. And this map is not easy to pull. So we'll just continue the trend into ponies. Arbitrary is, of course, going to slow the comp down eventually, but when it does, you're going to be the MVP for the fight. Smart reaction. He's getting his own horseman ready as well. That's feel a little bit awkward to have to do horseman to Jean, to be honest with you. Because her herself, like, you feel like when Jean exists, you need to counterplay her. I think in this map, it's maybe not as much a concern, because the thought process is like Jean... Because both of you are going to find farm transition hard, in theory, the one fight that matters, that decides the game, shouldn't be enough to get Jean level 4. Should be enough to give her 1500 XP, realistically. So maybe that gives you like a little bit of sigh of relief that you can just play to count everything else and stop freaking out as much about her. He drops down the center for Louis, so he's going to secure the gold food for long term. And we do also have the Forgotten Ruins. Are they being garrisoned? Yeah, one's been garrisoned by B, so he's working towards that third relic. Really important for a gradual pagoda timing here. Forgotten Ruins don't continue the time if you pop the villager out, so you can farm infinite stone by taking the villager out. But when you're like Shushi here, you actually want them. I think that should be changed, by the way. It shouldn't be that you can ungarrison to keep renewing the stone. So, two methods. You either make it so that it only happens if someone decaps it, or the alternative method, I think would be even better, is it should just be a fixed amount of stone. There should only be 360 stone of each of those. Oh my... Alright, this is getting out of control. It just feels like there's giant gaps where, you know, B's just not losing any units. He's reacting quick enough. And then every once in a while, something slips in. And this is the problem of playing Perma Defender on 1TC. Those slip-ins are what will kill you. Great reactions out of Louis as well. And then losing the single knight. Castle and castle drops coming in over here. And we have the efficiency into siege. loueMT, remember, he went for Ordnance Company. So siege. Pretty damn cheap, actually. 512 resources to build trebuchets. It's starting to feel like a Louis dub at this pacing. The problem that B is going to have is the arbitrary comp is just going to be very desirable in about 2 minutes. You bulk it up, you get Imperial, you get all the unique upgrades, Gambesons, Crossbow Stirrups, you're unkillable. The Guild Hall has been trickling it in. We're up to 1,540 food. He's close to pulling the trigger, and a Red Palace on top of that will make him undiveable. It's a race over that vein, and not one that it feels like B can win. Horsemen are just going to poke at the back here. That's going to force the entire army home, and that actually could just be the resource pull if Louis wants it. He's created the space now to go for a Red Palace drop. And there we go. He pulls it. Hold on a sec, though. Is he pulling on a leg on this? B. He needs to line up perfectly. Horsemen. They do see what they're up against here. The body blocks would be huge. Louis just needs to get out. And he... Oh, tiny gap. Gets away. No hope there. And now loueMT is about to get the accelerant he needs for a win here. Knights even slip in because the entire army was required for that attempted surround. So if Louis just looks, he could easily just chalk up more kills and turn this into a swift GG. Turns to the charge in now. Red Palace on the gold. And all of a sudden, who needs the trebuchets, guys? Just build a Red Palace. Buildings kill buildings. Only thing left to do now is get elite techs. And with double keep, the gold is easily accessible here. Wait, you're not following me, but you're subbed? Oh my god. Okay, so, like, I'll be honest. I do that all the time. I do that with people that I rep even, where I'm like, oh, I always get recommended and I just don't follow you. It'd be embarrassing to follow you now while you're live and then you see it. crazy series this is starting to develop into. Veterancy into elite for archers. Doesn't care about the arbitrary. Makes sense. He's up against spears. Horsemen as well. You might as well just go for the thing that at least counts as part of that competition. Looks like we do have a villager out for a stroll again. You get out of here. I'm trying to excavate. I think the Age of the Knights is coming to an end. It's going to be all about the PP boys. Do we even have him excavating? No. Like, Louis doesn't care about relics at all. What's the point at this stage? I mean, it's not bad, stone gen wise, but obviously Jean doesn't really use the stone as well as French. It's not like your discount is attached to castles. It's time to detach B from life here. She's going to start squaring up. We do not have incendiary arrows yet. We do have elite arbitrary upgrade on the way though, as well as range damage free. B now switching nest to Bs would be the solution. Does he have the time though? Feels like a big question mark right now. Treb should be able to clear for this red pass eventually. It's a lot of idle time for Louis. 10 villages repairing. God knows how much wood gathering worth of villages to keep it up. Nice stab in there. Jean and the horseman right in. Double kill on the Trebs. Easy run away. Did lose some of the frontline archers, but those were trade out, so it's not a negative. Problem I'm seeing here is B is maintaining his military numbers, and Louis is slipping behind a little. Cannons is a smart play. That will be his reaction to nest bees. Hand cannoneers is quite brazen with 200 food income. I mean, in fairness, is 50% gold, so it kind of makes sense. Louis, how many farms? Only 6. This is it. This is literally his entire food economy. So Guildhall must be on gold? Alright, color me surprised. Because you have gold access. Food's the thing that you're going to run out of here. I mean, B should have his own problems as well with food. What? 15 food! Wait, the stone POI doesn't show them as idle when they finish? I didn't notice that. There is another thing actually right now that makes the stone POIs a bit clunky. So currently, if you use the go back to work on your TC button, it ejects the villager from the Forgotten Ruins and walks them back to your base. Louis scoring up. Damage is adding up quickly. It's 5 trebuchets again. Only a handful of hand cannons in here, but surely Elite would win, right? Right? Hey, he's going to win now. He dives the keeps. Red pass down, but the castle still has a shotgun in there. The other shots, good at sniping. The Nester Bees are holding him hostage, though. The cannon needs to turn for a counterattack. Just coming in. Divine Wrestling has to be used, but the horsemen are not going for this right now. They A-click the front side of the fight. loueMT has had enough of this crap. He dives on in. He mops it all up. And he shuts B down. Villagers just not even coming with clutch repairs at this stage. John, she did at least get killed there. Farmed a hell of a lot of XP off that fight. At this point, B with 7 food income, maybe 15 at max. Siege alone will not get you back in this game. He may have B in his name. There may be a nest of bees in the Civ. But it was not a match made in heaven this time. This is such an interesting one for this detail. I mean, food feeling so hard to transition to farms, it means that losses actually matter in such a meaningful way here on Receding. Ooh, it's going deeper. 3-2. Now, next map is going to be Himiyama. Let me have a look. Let me make sure all scores set and whatnot. Sean getting framed in the minimap after victory is quite poetic. Chef's kiss, man. Chef's kiss. What is this cup? It is the HIMS Cup. So, HIMS Cup that we managed to finesse, organize, and negotiate with HIMS, which are a medical service that provides the means to get access to hair loss prevention and regrow medication, as well as ED and a few other things. So, really cool group of people. They decided they wanted to do a little bit of sponsoring esports. They came across the humble little Age of Empires 4. So we pitched them a tournament series, and they were happy with it, applied a little bit of funding to it. So we're aiming for bi-weekly Fridays, and we might actually upgrade to every Friday if the results are good, to have these type of show matches happening, best of 9s or best of 11s, for the next 3 months. If you guys want to check out HIMS, support the channel, let them know that like you're interested in looking. If you maybe have something happen to your hair and you want to try to maybe save it, or maybe, you know, just like a fat person trying to climb a wall, it's not so easy to stay up. HIMS could probably solve all those problems for you. So go check them out. Make sure you dive deep, do your research as well. Make sure it's the right solution for you. But they also have some helpful things in there. So across on their website, they do actually have a survey piece that you fill out. It gets your details, and then it can help recommend the different services that it thinks will be useful for you. So go check them out. They'll be with us on Fridays for the next 3 months. Big shout out to HIMS again for sponsoring the channel. All right, then. Let's get ready to rumble. So we're going to Himayama. What did they pick? Mongols French. Mongols historically has been like quite decent on this map, because the small tree lines make them very outpostable. French just as good for the same reason. Like instead of being outpost though, it's the night raids are very hard to predict. I feel like this matchup is usually quite volatile and fast though, on this map anyway. Letting you know, uBlock Origin is blocking that link. Is it? It shouldn't be. It's literally just a tracking link that takes you through to their website. Here you go, I'll show you. So if I go... Yeah, look, new tab. There you go. Huh. Interesting that it blocks it. Let me type that to them. Because that shouldn't happen. Yeah. Appreciate that, though. I just messaged it to them. I also wanted to highlight... I'm guessing Forgotten Runes aren't meant to give Infinite Stone. Yeah, like, I don't like the Forgotten Runes can give Infinite Stone. I don't think that's good. They should be something that you can, like, because it feels bad. It's the same, like, I think we have too many of those type of things where, like, Sacred Sites remind me of this as well, where you could work to grind the timer down, but then it gets reset to 10, right? But, like, you can argue whether that makes sense or not for Sacred Sites. It doesn't make sense for Forgotten Runes, I don't think. I look and sound a lot better. Thank you. I will take that as a compliment. What a positive way to say you've looked like shit the last few days. Oh, man. All right. I'm going to run a minute of ads, by the way, so you guys don't have to worry about them in game, okay? And we'll pay out for Louis. Start predictions. Game number 6. Whew. Getting worried this is just going to be a very quick day, but it's starting to work out nicely. So what's the concern when you're like, we're going to have one show match today? You're like, uh-oh. But no, I think it's been a nice day. Should the timer on runes be player related then? No, I think you should legit just have it be like there's a finite amount of stone in there, and between you both you can tap it down. It's still like a very big nerf, like a very big cripple point towards like fast castle relic builds if you think about it. And it takes 6 minutes to excavate one. That's crazy. There's no way you're sending like 3 villages out to excavate while going fast castle. Your time is going to be so bad for that. All right, let's see. We need to flip that around. Yar. Why is Louis playing French with JD in every map? He likes them. They're good. Why have you got to ask why the guy with a name so French, Louis, would keep playing French? It's obvious. One and all, we are back into the HIMS Cup show match in the battle against Baldness. We've come to a map that, well, with the splodgers around, it kind of feels like some early balding effects coming in. If only there was a way to actually reverse that. I'm sure we've got something to help with it. But we're going to see who's actually going to be hurt the most by these slightly lacking a full hairline tree lines. Because Mongols versus French is a matchup where both can be super effective because of these tree lines. So Mongols can outpost rush the tree lines, block you very easily. French are phenomenal at raiding into these small tree lines as well with knights. So this is very much an attack-on-attack type matchup usually. What normally happens on this map is we actually see a claim of a dock in the center by Mongols because it's free real estate. B, not going to be bothering. Instead, it is going to be a good old-fashioned outpost rush. I wonder, does he go for an outpost rush though, or does he go for a deer shove? Because B likes this idea of racks into deer shove a lot with plenty of civs. Could make a lot of sense here as well, because French should be a better pro scout civ. So you just having deer and playing all in might actually be more beneficial for Mongols. TC protecting Uvu? Oh, no. TC protecting Uvu and gold and wood. Now you can make the Marine Lord comment. It's okay though. loueMT is historically scrimmed with Marine Lord a lot, so this should be a familiar feeling. That's a hell of a good spawn. In fairness, Louis got his own goods. The second gold's reasonably close, and the primary is a back spawn, so it's hard to reach. Only front things that are exposed are berries and stone. You just don't really care that much about those. Oh, wait. Did we do bets? Yeah, we did. 67% for Louis. I mean, French is proven quite reliable. I can kind of believe in that gamba. The B, one of the most creative Mongol players we have. Let's see how he cooks. I think he's going to probably stop on 2 spears, which isn't too bad. So thought process here is you get a little bit of harassing. You maybe annoy your opponent. And you don't feel bad about building spears because you know you're going to need them against French anyway. Use knights. Shouldn't have put the mill there. The mill's safe. It's in range of the TC. Like, there's maybe a tiny spot here you might be able to stand and burn. You'll never be able to stop a repair. And if Louis wants to go pro scouts, which it feels like he's going pro scouts. Wait, pause that thought. Oh, this is wheelbarrow. Yeah, you already got it, but like that's wheelbarrow plus first night. Yeah, okay, props to Louis. I thought pro scouts would actually kill him, so I'm glad he's not doing that. There's enough for the first night. You could alternatively go for something like wood and just like mass archers here, but there has to be an assumption your opponent is going to be opening Keshiks now that you don't have cavalry yourself. Release data, what civ is highest ban pick rate? You can easily find that information out by going across to AoE4 World. They have plenty of data. You can even choose to like filter by pubs, or you can have a look at tournament performances. Okay, so B does go for the dock. Very late though, but this is different then. The goal with this will be to have an archer ship quickly in case there's any sort of offensive down the center. So he'll be able to build 3 fishing boats, tech, and then pump out an archer ship before he can be threatened. What a peculiar way of doing this. We have seen the dock play a lot from Mongols. The thought process is usually you won't get countered on it because no one wants to do a spearman mosh pit against Mongols. Just one of the better civs at doing it. The other ones that are really good are usually more obvious. So for Malians, yeah, the Donzas are great. They play defensively. Ottomans, you know, if your opponent's picking Ottomans and you're thinking mass spears, you already know it's a bad idea. Like, there's something about the Mongol order of those things that makes them more subtly effective. So Louis, first night's going to be coming. Can still target the on-land area. And it is going to be a return to the gold. So Pro Scout's coming. So what happened here for Louis, he was maybe a bit suspicious of an outpost rush, and he was prepping to react to it accordingly. Didn't see one coming, so he just pivots back to the standard play, realizing what B's really up to. And what is that man up to? What is up, Gigliardi? Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream, mate. Just in time to catch the inaugural HIMS Cup, our weekly Friday show matches. We're going to start cooking up regularly. And there's that archer ship we talked about. Yeah, so B's going to secure the pond. Not really doing anything to stop the Pro Scouts play currently. But the thought process is that fishing is going to get a return quicker than Pro Scouts, technically. We have a lot of stone being accrued right now. Maybe double Keshik? Trying to think what else he could want this for. There's never a world in which you spend the entire feudal age not using stone, right? There we go. Yeah, so I think he was just waiting for that fluid timing to get double Keshik pumped twice. Probably also just want to get confirmation of something. He's going to need to be quick with this, though. Louis is already hoovering some deer up. Does go deep, so didn't actually play the ones close to base. Risky considering he only has 3 sheep left. Wait, what? I think Louis is going to have to go on the berries before the deer get home. Yeah, they're going to take ages. Interesting. If he'd done these deer, he would have gotten 2 home and then been... Okay, there we go. Yeah, the next scout solves the issue. So we'll have the food. Barely. Talk about min-maxing it. I think Louis is just going to build knights only. So what's B's answer to that? Because there's no way you could spam Keshiks to win. Need something else. Magadai's not going to feel great against this either. And we do have the deer shove. Good eyeballs from Maltin. You barely notice it because it's literally 2 spearmen next to each other. B has gotten so good at doing this. To the point that I've literally seen other players molding about it in Discords. Yeah, the Eastern European players are doing this to a higher extreme than I think any other region in the game right now. By Eastern European players, I'm primarily talking about Anatan and B. It's crazy. Yeah, I agree. So, reminder, the deers were here, right? They literally started here because he scouted them with the Uvu down here. So he pushed them all the way with 2 spearmen against French knights on the map. That's crazy. That actually might be the most impressive deer shove I've seen. Just because of the environment. Usually with 3 spears, it's a lot quicker and easier. Doing it with 2 and doing it against French knights is wild. That completely exceeds expectations. Carsley's going to flop dead. Good thing you got those deering, because that's going to be 1 sheep down. I like that. Kill it. We'll pick it up later. And Louis now walling himself in, so a little bit threatened. Not sure why. B only has one thing on his mind with this deer shove. It is going to be the fast castle build coming in from Mongols. Should we change light boar, in my opinion, a bit too good? I'm inclined to agree, but I think you actually have to completely rethink Pro Scouts or remove it then. Honestly, I think the deer shove doesn't become a problem if we just have new food types. What country is it? Eastern European? So like everything, like Poland and everything east would be Eastern European, right? So Anatan from Belarusia, you've got B from Russia, which usually gets confusing Russia because it's like technically they're part of Asia as well. Is Louis going for an all-in or attack? I can't really tell with the way his macro. It feels like it's meant to be attack, but adding an archer's just even 1. It's almost like he thinks there's a go time here. Yeah, there you go. He's recommitting. French are really good at doing this. They're very good at punishing the attacking party. I think it's why French has remained such a powerful civ in the new meta. Let's see what B's plan's going to be. Crossbow seems most likely here. You just need something that's efficient in choke points to defend. Yam is going to make you very mobile. Also, now spring replacements is going to come in clutch. So this should be the thing that scares Louis away from a full dive. Can at least poke. Needs to be a little bit careful with these villagers because they're going to start walking to the TC. It's the problem of having too many people on gold with a setup like this. Yeah, and now more of them move. Yeah, so it's just starting to grief him. Cashing veterancy is in. Louis is about to pull the trigger on his own tech up, and it's going to be the good old-fashioned build. Strikes down one Billy. Important to be able to do that occasionally against French because of the slowly scaling village account they have. Is there a world in which B does Imperial? Surely not. Now that Louis is going Guildhall, it kind of makes sense, actually. The fast imp build is really strong if your opponent doesn't all in you. But I really appreciate the way that B's doing this. He's not just rushing the greedy choice. He's gauging what Louis is doing. He needs to understand, is this actually all in from Louis, or is there a semblance of his own greed? Because when you're against Mongol fast imp, if you're greedy at all, you lose. I've seen it so many times. Actually taking heavy hits here. He is going to try to sliver towards relics. Right now, it feels like Louis is just bulking and going in one location at a time. It's like, actually, these Keshiks are worth their cost even when they die. Because so far, they've baited Louis into running circles around the map. This is like... Is this the most greedy imp fast imp? No. He didn't do pro scouts. It could have been greedier. But trying to go fast imp while rushing relics like this does feel greed. He's not being insane about it. Like, the idea is crossbows and the choke points will save you. With Yam as well. He does need some spears or some more Keshiks, though, because there's a risk that the crossbows just get jumped on. Especially with veterancy about to kick in for the Knights. Archership, we're a little bit of a nuisance. Less effective now that the castle's in, though. Louis has to know what's happening, right? Like, B is literally just drawing the figure 8 on the minimap, really. Click, 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 click. Or actually, it's more of a 6. He's just loop-de-looing around the south side. I'm going to do Spit Arrow just to harass him a little bit, Louis. Was caught going onto the stone. Was he thinking 2TC? Or a very slow castle? Either way, this is starting to feel like a not-so-slow Imperial build. Good denial on the relic. Meanwhile, one's already been picked up the north side. Louis is going to see and intercept that, though. If he wins this game, I can already imagine people posting about the deer shove as part of the reason. I mean, it did help a lot, guys. It gave him 2,450 food he'd otherwise not have. Without that food, he's running out of wood here much quicker. He's adding in like 8 pastures or dying. Changes a lot. I think B does need to take a risk on this board, though, to get him the rest of the way. Yeah, because at this stage, his food income... I mean, where is it? He's got 11 food gatherers on the berries, and that's it. Horseman switch from Louis is smart. He could actually hit an all-in timing with Guildhall. Like, if he's got it on food, he just pulls 2k food, masses Horseman, and goes. That is a bit reliant on B not building any spears, though. Nice leave me alone relic coming out there. So 3-2 split likely. Actually, the Archership can keep this monk off this indefinitely. So unless he's going to prioritize sniping the light junk, probably looking at a 2-2 split for a while. Oh my, but splitting some skulls. Louis finds 4 worker kills in the berries. Okay, B's desperation is starting to reek through a little here. He wanted that Imperial too much. Didn't set up the pastures. This base is looking a bit funky, but you see what he's doing, guys? Monastic shrines. So this was a change that came in recently. They moved the tech from Imperial into Castle. B's trying to leverage that to make the pasture transition less painful. That's cool. Last time I'm actually seeing it utilized in a competitive game. B's goal now is just going to be to have like mass spring on defense. Wait, was that relic? Oh my, wait, what? How is he going to get 4 relics in this game? Against mass French Knights across the map. This is crazy. Louis scared away. Creates the space. This is 4 relics for B. That's wild. And that means he'll be able to basically just buy the food for Imperial at this rate. Important as well, because the step readout, I mean, can only do so much on its own. 3k left here. Yeah, this is looking more and more believable by the minute. Louis needs to get ready to go soon. He's got the farms, the pastures rather, to set up the sheep now, so that's going to do him well. All on the south side feels a little bit redundant, but we'll get the space to go in. Bank the goodies in base. B isn't actually really gathering from the sheep. I'm not sure why. He's only got a handful of villages here, despite the fact he's got 4 pastures. I guess he's rushing the wood because the concern here is the wood's going to be harder to access once he techs. He can add in the pastures inside the base a little bit later. Now, Louis does have a tech timing approaching himself. Guildhall's up to 800 food now. If this was any other Civ, I'd say there's a world in which he drops a red palace in the enemy base. But that's kind of a redundant thing to do against the Mongols. I'm sure you guys can guess why. Rams also usually seen as kind of a redundant thing to do against Mongols. I mean, it's good for the outpost at least. The gathering line is at least going to get chased away. We'll be able to pick a villager. B, do you just buy the food? That's getting expensive. Yeah, he's doing it though. Here we go. It's Cargonet time. Okay, so Cargonet Palace at 63 eco to 54. Still going to be a substantial increase of like 25%. And you're going to get access to immediately upgraded units. The problem, though, is this type of build does have a little bit of RNG to it, folks. It's a pretty obvious piece of RNG. If what I get out of this the first and second time is a piece of crap, I'm probably just going to die. And I'm not even sure he has enough sprint on placements. He's got, what, 1, 2, 3? But they're staggered. Pastures. Oh, no. He's hit me. Anyway. Oh, man. Yeah, this is why people don't like building rams against Mongols. Oh, no. My building. Anyway. He's even min-maxing it. He's waiting until the shunt's going to come and then looks to leave. Tech up complete. First is going to be Magadai. Coming out in just 45 seconds. Magadai not great against this. Louis already has mass horsemen. What B would benefit from most would be things like Palace Guard or the Roost Knights. Rams should be able to hit packed up buildings. I mean, like, Rams in AoE 2 doesn't have this issue, right? Because, like, they do small damage. And oh my god, that's big damage. He's the workers. B, he had the sheep on the north side, not the south. Nah, this is going to break him. There's no way B holds this. It's way too much cavalry. And also at the back. It's murder on the Himayama. There's nowhere to hide. And the Red Palace is going to be parked on the Sacred side. This is done. Louis done all the necessary damage and more. Villagers still running for their lives with no one left to protect them. The Mongol fast Imperial build will be solved. All about timing. And Louis done that really well. If he played for his own Imperial timing, just as a rush instead of going for the all-in, he would have threaded the needle. He would have got away with this. And Louis just bulking for that big go moment. Able to break B and force tiebreaker situation to see who's going to take the lead, not take the win. Because remember, folks, this is not a best of 7. This is a best of 9 that is now truly going the distance. It's like, but I have Magadai. They can win because they're Magadai. Yeah, but the villagers don't shoot back. And they don't run as fast. There we go. Louis just looking impenetrable, unstoppable on his French civs in this matchup. Giving him 100% of the wins so far in this series. Well played to Louis. So, right side win. 3 more games potentially. We have got a return to receding. And then Dry Arabia is the one that hasn't been used. And then receding. Okay. Did we mark it all up? Yeah, let me pay out predictions for you guys. I don't know if that one's uploadable per se. That deer shove was kind of crazy. And prize pool is 75 buckaroos. So 50 to the winner, 25 to second place. And what are they going to draw for this one? So we go back to receding. It's going to be English versus Malians. What? Didn't really expect the English Malian pick. Like Malians, yes. English, not so much. And that could leave what? Dry rate. Ooh. Louis' draft looks really good for the full set. Now. Because he's Sage, Rus, and Byzantines. What's B's answers? B's very crafty with Japanese. Maybe a Dark Age deer shove on the right map to counter Rus. And now you won't have Malians into Biz. Maybe like Ottomans versus Biz? No, IU versus Biz makes maybe more sense. Maybe like a longbow timing. But guys, I'm going to run 2 minutes ads. Actually, let's see, we've got 2 minutes. Probably 2 minutes. So you don't have to worry about them when we're in game. Because I'm thoughtful like that. Oh, all right, a minute of ads. Are the rules of pro games set up so there are no mirror matches? Yes. Mirrors in almost every format is impossible or next to impossible. So game 7, I'll put predictions up. God, I don't know if my throat's going to survive the weekend at this rate. Casting both EGC days, and now a stream that's feeling like it could easily be 5 hours long. Woo! Sheesh. Let's get ready to go. Yeah, look at those sheep. You know what? This actually does feel a lot better. Look at this. Another new detail about receding. This new map that we've made for the HIMS Cup. All your sheep start around your TCs. You can grab them straight away and then find other shenanigans to do on the map. There is no sheep elsewhere to be found. Shout out to Cavalli. Just all the small details coming in on top of all the big, obvious ones. That's right. We're back here again. This map has featured a lot today. But it's cool because I think it's important to get that data in nice and early. Honestly, it's been a fun one to watch so far. It's delivered some of the longest series, longest games rather. The series has delivered the longest one. Of course, that G1. And that did feature Malians. Let's see if we can actually get there again. B with the Malians here. Going to be going up against loueMT's English. Now, this pick, I am just pumping out huge question marks over. What is the plan? The stone is out of range of the TC. And historically, English have not looked good against Malians unless they can 2TC. So Louis is going to have to get quite creative here. And I just realized I flipped the score names for no good reason. B, of course, does suffer in some other ways. It's so tiny. Wait, no, I can't make these comments. HIMS ED sponsorship isn't until month 2. Oh my god. They look so pitifully small. So yeah, in this map, by the way, you start with a tiny gold vein behind your base, and then on the forward, not too far away, just out of TC range, you have got close by gold veins in proximity. So the whole idea is giving you enough to function in the early game, but then actually encouraging you to come out of your base for the extras. It's pretty cool. Is Louis going for a deer shove? He is. Oh, yeah, he got lamed. Wait, so B lamed the close by one. They never suspect you to basically push deer halfway across the map. All right, this is actually turning into a crazy mini game. We literally just had a Mongol game where B got an absurd deer shove on Himiyama that you would not have seen coming. And now, to flex and mirror that idea, we've got Louis doing similar. If he can get the deer just to the stone or the gold, it's good enough for a TC drop. And it is going to be a TC drop. We have Flintstone already. Abbey of Kings coming in. So it's a good old-fashioned English 2 TC build against the Malians. Different time, though. Malians used to do the Fulani rush against this, and it proved that 2 TC is a super effective solution. But pro scouts can change things for Malians. For example, it can give them like an all-in timing to just torch through. There's also the potential for further down the line. And B's like, what? Hold up. Oh, this is illegal. What are you doing? In my games, you're the deer shover? I think not. So we'll chase him away. Louis, I love what he was trying to do there. He wanted to bait B to chase him, because if B chases him, he can bring in another scout or a king later and shove it the rest of the way. But B does get back on track. So Louis is going to be forced to TC here. That's very far out, actually. Flashbang in the face. Sorry, I done that thing again. Mongol Lancers, when you first hit castle for a short period, were the best knights back in the day. Yeah, when you like double produce them and whatnot. But then they got changed to Keshiks. And Mongols got more unique identity, but lost a certain power spike about them, for sure. Right. Rax, archery range. I think B's all in. I love this. The gold as well. He just puts it straight into javelins. Like, we talked about this being a potential counter to the 2TC. Normally backed up by pro scouts. He possibly still goes back for that, but I think what he's looking for is the timing to actually block the TC from being built. Let's see if it can actually work out here. First Donzo is on the way. Javelin gets queued up as well. 2 ads in 3 minutes. Yeah, it sounds like a skill issue. If only there was something you could do to avoid all ads. I mean, there's multiple things. You could either download Opera GX via our link, or you could subscribe. Probably Donzo with RAM. Yeah, usually you need like 3 rams to guarantee that kill, but you want to have enough army as well. Okay, wow, Louis, he actually pivots north. The Donzo is already here, though. However, they have short bows. So 1 Donzo, yeah, can be answered. The problem is, if you react to this too much, the Javelin can come in. Second Donzo arriving. He only just got the upgrade, so they're now hardened. Wait, what? That is not how you build a town center. Okay, I've never built a town center. Who am I to tell you how to do it? But still. Yeah, now he has to build. Oh my god, is this going to work? Well, he buys time for the king to come out, but he needs that Donzo dead. Another Donzo arriving. He still hasn't finished it. Shortbow's going to get the kill. Javelin. Now going to be claimed by the king. And that, you know what? That actually might just be enough. More villages being pulled. 13 out here now. Maybe you lose 1 villager, possibly 2. But like overall, I think Louis is happy with that. Because this has been quite a big investment by B. Not much in the way of rewards. You'll be able to just scurry in and snipe more of these jabs. I mean, javelins can technically dive for kills. The problem is you have to lean north side. That's going to buy time for reinforcements. Louis does go for the lombos. Likely we're looking at lombo into horseman here. Someone that with the deer pack, he should theoretically be able to hold and get into. The interesting thing is B's macro on the other side. I mean, this is just pit mine effect plus Mansa. He has way too much gold and nothing to do with it. Yeah, to make matters worse, you've now started building Donzos against the worst civ in the game to build Donzos against. This is not looking good. One sec, just sending an important message. Alright, there we go. Ram's coming in. Oh, look, I come back in the game at perfect time. Sorry, one of my influencers in a bit of a panic. Because the whole integration just got, like, flipped turned upside down in a weird way. Now, this is getting a little bit weird, man. I mean, mass Donzos against English. You know what you're inviting. The cool thing, guys, that you can do here is you can actually just ram dodge. Stick the Donzos inside the ram, and it's a giant ticking time bomb waiting for anything that comes nearby. Protect you against the longbows as well. It's definitely a gamble. It'll be worth it for B, though. Do have horseman added in. Blacksmith timing is going to be delayed for Louis compared to B. Yeah, so 3 rams is optimal here. If you can get to 3 rams, you can garrison inside the Donzos and look to go. It's very all-in, high risk, but also high reward. Just being idle with the ram? Yeah, because it's going to be 8 damage every, what, 2 seconds, 3 seconds? The ram can take that. loueMT does not have anywhere near enough horsemen to solve the ram issue right now. It's going to have to be villagers, and there we go. It is indeed going to be the Donzos inside. If you even pull for this, you know what's going to happen. Sends in the horsemen, Donzos. They can just punt. Just throw the spear. Oh, this is awkward. Oh, they're charging instead of throwing spear. The ram starts to knock at the door. This is awkward. You can feel it. Like, he just wants to throw the damn spear, but it won't work. And he's actually getting sniped here. These Donzos are dying. Longbows are actually getting the kills. Villagers now with a pull, and it's failed. B has to run away. Louis needs to run away with those villagers as well. Did go for the textiles. A smart move on his side. And now a 7 villager lead. B, he's switching though. This is Farimba now. Has he got ranches? Yeah, this is Farimba. B's doing something very dangerous because remember, this was not pro scouts. But his opponent is mass javelins. Lovewings rather, and now he gets javelins. And with Farimba upgrade, they can take on the world. Okay, Louis. So what's the play now? The food's not going to last that much longer. He has got the berries. A lot of them, in fact. So maybe he just plays it safe. Doesn't rush farms here. I mean, they are cheap for this civ. Kind of feels like you need an optimal time to castle, though, because if this is Javelineers, you need a white tower to protect you. Louis instead is going for a counterattack. This could actually work out. Just a handful of horsemen's really all you need because the Donzo count's so low. I love this from Louis. I really thought he'd take the safe route into castle, which would have given B the edge. Instead, he's going to try to force his hand here. Villagers also gathering in a rush. Donzos get baited forward. Needs to be careful. These Lombos, they're going to start sniping the villagers. 3 down. Horseman count is a little bit lacking, though. Louis was a bit greedy about this. It's not more Longbows he needs right now. It's more ponies. Do we have a decision yet? Okay, it's going to be farms and berries, so he tries to dilute the issue. Makes sense. He does have plenty of wood to work with. Not much distance to walk from the TC to get there either. Let's wave a horseman dead. New troopers arriving. B, not with the appropriate reaction. He was busy placing the landmark. Okay, this is a questionable stand ground moment. The Donzo count needs to move up fast. Otherwise, you're going to have Farimba with 0 army to upgrade. Damage numbers just getting a little bit too high, even for javelins. The Rams are just like worthless. They do nothing here. Even if they could distract with a few shots, they've got limited health to do so. And B feels like he's got limited time here on receding. This is the type of experience that leads to this type of recession on your head. The modification can be achieved with a good old-fashioned Lombo all-in. Louis, all he has to do now is park on the landmark. Farimba built in a questionable location. B, he didn't build it back here. He didn't try. And he will instead die. English, are they back? Or is this just a situational pick? Either way, a miracle win for the English. Something we rarely see these days. Excuse me. That's crazy. English winning on land? Rogue. I think that and the last game might get bundled together. All right, so Louis, we talked about it. This man on his reverse sweeps, he could be about to do it. Crazy with how this started, that he's now 1 away from winning. I would never have expected it. I was ready, like, I genuinely, I was like, oh man, this is a storm. What's going on? Where's Louis? Late riser though, man. So Dry Arabia next. And I've got to do a sign-in approval for one of my members of the agency. Everyone wants a piece of my ass today, it seems. Dude, it's been a crazy day, right? So we had to go get some, like... We had to go get, like, a medical examination. We're managing, like, influencer campaigns behind the scenes. Multiple ones right now. We're running a new show match format. I'm getting random requests. They need to get, like, sign-ins for different things. Oh, and yeah, like some old-ass pensioner hit Emma's car. Yeah, it's... it's been a bit of a ridiculous day. Oh, blimey. Okay, so what have the boys got for us? And I didn't even get the sign-in request. Okay. Yeah. All right. We've got Ottomans versus Rus. We talked about Louis' draft being really good towards the end here with the reserve picks. But this is a B special. I'm curious to see how he's going to cook in this one. Because if he fails here, we go back to receding for a deciding game. All right. Let's switch over and get ready. Bald Dude and Logo should have slightly more hair each week. Bruh, like, Why are you costing me more asset design? Why can't you just be happy with this amazing bald head? Never good enough. Like, I had to rush. I had to create them myself. I literally had 2 days. Brother. Please. Please. We should hire an artist. Oh, let's not start down that path again. Jesus. That conversation in the Discord. If you guys haven't, by the way, you should join the Discord. It's becoming a heartly, warmly place. Great way to keep up to date with all comms as well. Yeah, so like this will be a weekly series we aim to do on Fridays. I'm just figuring out whether it's going to be weekly or bi-weekly. If we do it weekly, we'll probably have to have like 1 week be a $50 set, the other be a $75. But I might even try to like massage the shoulders and go, hey, why not have this even more regularly? Look how good the first numbers were. And it is full free for Louis. We just need to flip the UI. Wait, do we need to flip the UI? Let me have a look. Yes, because I have to check they're on the right side. Boom. That's it, right? That's got to be it. We're going to a game number 9 in this finals, right? Because we've got Roos for loueMT, B with the Ottomans. His draft in shambles. Have a look at it for yourself, folks. Whoopsie, wrong screen. Have a look at it for yourself. He has Ottomans, Japanese, Ibids. These are meme picks against Byzantines, Rus, and House of Lancaster. Surely there's no way. If there was a way, this is the guy to find it on Ottomans. B, this has been his signature pick. Like, this has become synonymous with this player. And you know what he's thinking already. Military school opening. He's looking for the deer. Yeah, because B hasn't found them yet. Okay, so he's 1 deer stack. This is very important. He needs to find the other one straight away, or he's going to waste time. Can he see it? No! Yeah, so he rallies left side because it makes sense. So this is a bit awkward because Spearman will be out before he probably knows. He might be saved a little bit of time here because if the scout comes back and checks that side, he'll realize. But every second matters here because, like, this is a race. Louis is looking for it. He knows he's going to need to lame that deer, especially once he checks the military school, which he already did. The hilarious part to me is actually we'll probably see this exact same kind of play from B in game number 9 if it happens, just with the Japanese. And that is at least a lot quicker. Yeah, he just realized, oh, this is brutal. Louis just runs in, lames the deer, and I mean, you're realistically not going to push the second deer. This is a really, really long shove. It's so unfortunate for B as well, because if he'd seen this straight away, he could at least shove the deer to the tree line and then walled beyond it, stopping a pro scout pickup. Yeah, no way he can stop this quick enough. All right. Very easy peasy lemon squeezies game for Louis in theory. Double hunting cabin. Pro scouts on the mind. I wonder if he is actually going to do it, though. Usually if you're going pro scouts, we see more scouts being queued up by now. No such thing so far. Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm glad people are, like, finding positive reception from these show matches. It's nice to have a mixture of, like, the open format tournaments, such as KPMM, and then having these type of ones, right? Because, like, the thing with these type of ones, I can just invite whoever that we think will attract viewership in whatever format. But when we do KPMM, we try to keep it open and balanced and whatnot, which has its ups and downs. It's nice that we've been able to just feature a new map regularly with this format and be a bit quirky. And by the way, we will be aiming to be more and more quirky as the weeks go on with HIMS Cup. Like, we have got game modes in mind, for example. Not just having them play a new map, having them play an entirely new win condition. God, that flashbang is always ridiculous. And I think, yep, ironically enough, after stopping the deer shove attempt by B, it's going to be the same the other way, and B is actually going for it. It's the long shove. This is crazy. Look at the distance he's doing right now. This is a third of the map. I mean, Louis, if he went 3 scouts, he would have been able to stop this. Friday's tradition is lower in viewership. That was part of the thought process. I was like, where can I put this that makes sense? And the reality check is like, people can be very finicky about who they do or don't want to watch. Early rounds don't have as much viewership, so yeah, it just organically made sense. The Stealth Forest has been reached. Can he move past it? I mean, the scout is low on HP. You don't really want to donate some sheep here. Louis is so tempted. Does end up losing the sheep as well. Nicely played by B to switch aggro onto them. And also, beautiful micro. The fact he was chasing and also then just still pushing with the scout. So Louis is going to be opening archery range. Will not be quick enough to stop this though. Oh wait, unless where are we, boys? What boys? Let's get back on track here. He's steering north. Is this intentional? No. Okay, that's interesting. So B, he's almost curving this back around so that he can use the tree line to guide them the rest of the way. That's very cool. And he's playing pro scout. Of course, I should have known. You know what threw me off, guys? B done this build before, but he doesn't do Madrasa. He does Sultani. It really threw me off with this. And I wonder if it's actually designed to throw Louis off as well. Normally, when you see this build from B, he does Sultani Trade Network, then uses the passive gold gen to get to pro scouts gradually. But I think what he realized after trying that against players like Beastie, it doesn't work because of the timing. Like, it's too greedy. You're waiting too long for a return. Whereas Madrasa just lets you focus on getting new units out, scouts out, etc. And then you can rush pro scouts instead because Madrasa also functions as a mill. Cool adaptation. Potentially very bad news for Louis. Because it means the additional scouts can pick up these deer. And he can just shove these all the way. He's going to start laming them now. But they're in the choke point. Condensed together. We do also have the imams as well as a meta on the way. Who's about to spawn. Yeah, oh, this is sick as well. With double imam, the scout can just beat everything back. But the archers have arrived. B, calm down, mate. Whoa there. Whoa, laddie. Spear flood arrives. Archers in small quantities are not going to be able to beat this. It's too much aura. So he will yoink one deer and walk away. Honestly, I think for B, you don't really care if he only gets one deer. If you still get almost 2 deer packs here against Roost, you're in a really good position. Louis not really wanting to add too much more to the age. You can see he really just wants castle age. And to be fair to him, the deer that would be contested are now out of the picture. First supply has arrived, and you'd think, oh, Spearman, supply should be scared. Funnily enough, the imams can actually make that quite easy to win a fight in. 3 spears might be a bit more challenging. Also, yeah, he's not actually target healing here. He's just using the passive aura. It's going to prove problematic. Louis doing a good job of just stopping him from getting right on top of him. Is it me or is V just gradually losing this battle? Castle Age Rush is going to favor him. He'll be able to start the tech sooner. But then it's a case of who can get the relics quicker. Oh no, I just realized. If I'm doing double EGC day on the weekend, that means double day of having to have maximum zoom out. Pepe hands. I do think the zoom in is like such a useful thing to do on this game. Like right now, like this is the thing. If I'm zoomed out like this, what do we like, versus this? If we're looking at the army, it's so much better to be here. You'd have to be careful with it. I do wish there was more smoothing. Like I don't like woo woo woo. Sorry, I shouldn't do it like that. Because it kind of fulfills my point. I do wish there was more of like a gyro effect to the camera. A gradual zoom in and zoom out. But it's definitely very handy. High trade house on the way, guys. Get your numbers in. What was the predictions like as well? Practically a 50-50 split. I mean, no surprise at this stage. Louis, an insane comeback, but also can't help but have that creeping feeling with Neon Ottomans and also the way these two are played. You feel like a little bit robbed if this wasn't decided in the game number 9 on the new map. Double racks, yeah, so B's going for a men-at-arms build? If your opponent goes horse archers, though, aren't you just screwed? And it's ruse, so you want a horse archer, right? I think what B's playing for is the idea that Louis won't want a horse archer into Janissary. But that only matters later on in Castle Age. At the start of Castle Age, all that matters is momentum. And horse archers are designed to give you exactly that. Men at arms it is. Even smuggles it at the back of the base, unlikely to be seen, is the theory. Louis, however, hasn't really got anything to do with these 6 scouts now. He's picked up all the deer. So, seems unlikely that the play gets hidden for long. First relic has already been picked up via the imams. Second one not being targeted yet. A little bit difficult. Lou's done a good job of dividing across the map to see any attempt. All such are revealed. Okay, key information for B. Does he stick with men-at-arms? Yeah, I was about to say, because if you want to stick men-at-arms, you need archers as well, of some form. Crossbows or archers. Otherwise, you just get kited indefinitely. Nice timing there. Single Sipahi and 2 scouts is probably not going to threaten a warrior monk that much, though. It does, however, push him off of the relic. Well played. Louis is going to get a glimpse of that, so just about sees it. Not many archers, though, so a Wallalow might be hard to dive. Again, with rather a new horse archer. At this point, you might as well just punt the Wallalow B. Oh, he tried. He tried to draw Spearman aggro away with the turn on the scout there. Louis made sure he's paying attention. First men-at-arms have arrived. Unfortunately, they may prove to be slightly late for the important engagement. Louis, he was thinking spears? He was at least bothering veterans he return. What, the one knight, one Sipahi maybe scared him a little bit. The amount of scouts on the map are like, we have no job now. What do we do? I don't know, what about the thing that you were like, named after? Go find something. Bring the goodies home, and B is actually quite close to the base. Problem is, I just don't think he has enough breakthrough power here with the men-at-arms. Horse archers are a good solution, high base damage. So yeah, able to scare him away. The hammer-wielding spearman, threatening enough. Okay, like, I think they do need to make these poles much longer. The problem that people playing Roost gonna have is if you're a new player and you see this spearman, you 100% think it does bonus damage against heavy armor. Because this is just a giant axe hammer. I love that they've tried to like make the spearman look more unique. But yeah, it probably needs to be longer. New tournament? Indeed it is. Look at that. We do KPMM. We're now doing the HIMS Cup. We're cooking 1 or 2 other tournament formats. We are speedrunning to having more tournaments than anyone else. Actually, we kind of... Oh my god, we kind of are. I mean, it depends on whether you count midweek muster as 1 entity or 30 entities. But I appreciate all the support. I couldn't do it without all the people that keep coming in and watching. You guys make it possible. So keep on tuning in, keep on sharing it around. Let's keep on growing. Food is growing quick for B, though. Is this Imperial Age? Or just indecisiveness? Because that's a lot of food. Gold, however, is lacking. Only 1,000 left. And the relic split did favor the Roost in the end. High trade house was 132 gold. Louis in a very cozy position here. And there's no military schools bar the one he started with, so B doesn't have that much pump. Obviously, to have the free siege at least. And the wolves coming. The classic loueMT wolves. Starting at the feeling we might be looking at hunker down and go Imperial. You think B's gonna beat Beastie? That is a bold statement. And you know what? If Beastie beats B, most of us won't remember it. But if it's the other way, we will. But now there's a statistically high chance that that gets clipped, put on Reddit, flagged to Beastie, and you get pulled up on the stream. And that right there, mate, would be a perma. Sacred Site lock-ins. Lou's going to try to force him out. He's still going Men-at-Arms is a bit surprising here. Like, what's the value proposal at this stage? Spiral's also a bit funky. I don't think he's expecting mass horse archers. It is weird to build this many horse archers against Ottomans because of the Janissaries. But we can see B has none. And Louis doesn't believe he would be doing it because, in fairness, Janissaries is very, very slow. Not good at diving either. Now B's like, you're not the only one who can wall. Yeah, but no one quite walls like loueMT. Definitely not his wildest ones we've seen. We've even got Ford hunting cabins to give more gold gen. Yeah, because he walked out here with the Wooden Fortress, so he's trying to optimize the value. And we do have Wooden Fortresses on all of the sacred sites. Louis, with an insane amount of vision, could even make it better by just spending a little bit of stone for those castle watches. Especially this left side one, you want castle watch, because this is the most likely to get decapped. So getting an early warning gives you all the time to rotate. Louis like, no, my only weakness, walls. All right, chill. There's no rush here. loueMT, he's getting ready for Imperial, man. Like, how do you get away with this type of build? I mean, Roost Things is the main answer to come in. I find Ottomans, when they look good in Castle, it's usually off the back of what they've done in Feudal. And the problem is what B done in Feudal is he got forced to cut the deer in half on the map, and that was kind of it. And we even have it being a Spasskaya tower. Yeah, so Louis is actually paranoid that B's all-inning. Funnily enough, B is looking at, I think, maybe 2 TC here. He's got a lot of stone. He's going to just shuffle out for the decap. So Sacred Site on the west side. loueMT did not leave anyone nearby to defend this, so we'll just have to play for his tech up. Can't have the Sacred Queen condition. This is where things get interesting, is you can switch into Streltsy gradually. Streltsy will outperform Janissaries. The tricky part, of course, is going to be the scale point is really slow. Also, we have to remember at this stage Louis doesn't have any farms. So he's not ready for a late game meat grind. Where's B's food income? Same as Louis, it's a case of like Pro Scouts is running out. So Madrissa is stabilizing a little bit. The only reason Louis is not dry is he's relying on berries, and also the high trade house generates extra food income. B? Wait, B? Oh my god, he didn't get it. Okay, I think you have to give this over. This is going to be hard to hold for long enough for the upgrades to come in. He's 30 seconds out from Elite. That Spiral Tower is a problem, though. And yeah, he's going to contest him. Warrior Monk, he gets the Saint's Blessing, the Men-at-Arms. We'll try to buy a little bit of time here. It's still 15 seconds out on the upgrades he needs. Mount training is going to be particularly important here. Especially with Janissaries now in the formation. But yeah, decap's coming through. Outpost to be burnt. The meta did get sniped. But it looks like loueMT is going to allow it. He tips his hat and says, fair enough. Yeah, a little bit surprised. I thought he was actually going to try to brute force that. It was just a matter of seconds, though. I think B, if he just waited 10 more seconds, Louis would have felt obliged to take that fight. It would have been too good to turn down, especially now that he's got Horse Archers up at 5.5 tower range. And let's not forget the Gallop ability that gives you an extra 2 range. And the ability to run away. Louis, without hesitation, is all about this Horse Archer life. Alright, when was the last time you saw A semi-fast imp mass horse archer roost build. Because I feel like it's been a hot second. This isn't what I call a popular build anymore. Hasn't been for a long time. Time for a Kinji's? Could you imagine? Oh my god, that would have made this the best show match ever. A Kinji versus horse archer, if only. Okay, this is sadness though. Louis, please build some scouts or something. He can only see the villagers, so we'll snipe a few. If he came from both sides, this would be pretty sick right now. So what's B's great plan here? Because his economy isn't in a great position to mirror Imperial right now. So he has to go for PopCap, but like going for PopCap gives Louis opportunities here. To basically get all the techs ahead of you. Like, we're getting there, boys. Just 1,100 more hits and we'll be on their asses. We got it. The clownery of this. You would have kind of expected more people to go back towards this horse archer strategy sooner, actually, considering how much harder it is to wall these days. No, it took some time. He does have Incendiary now, so this is the quick breakthrough. This is the difference, actually. Like, last time we saw fast Imperial Horse Archer builds, Incendiary didn't do siege damage. So you can actually burn through walls fairly fast now. Doesn't seem interested. I think he's a little bit hesitant, even though he's got the scout here. Surely not. I mean, just knock at the door. We'll tap tap. Voice 42 is in. No biology, though. We do, however, have silk bowstrings on the way. Yeah, this is going to get pretty ridiculous, actually. You see what he's going for. This is, like, so cheesy. He can't win if he can't touch me. 6.25 tower range. Gallop puts it up to 8.25. That's more range than a longbowman. That's more range than a Springald, actually. He can snipe Springalds without taking return fire. Oh my god. Yeah, this is toxic. loueMT with the reverse sweep. Maybe about to do it in the most cheesy way imaginable. Gallop gets activated. He'll use this moment to break away while the melee goes in. Janissaries are diving onto him. Decent trade out there for them. The problem with the horse archers, yeah, once the fight stands still, it looks a little bit worse. B's starting to stockpile some resources behind this. The Janissary count is climbing. You should be able to beat Janissary easily here. You just have to kite enough. Janissaries is just a click and go, but with almost 3 tower range less, they're almost half the range of horse archers. It shouldn't be a fight he could win. It is closer than it used to be. Like mainly because horse archers don't get bonus damage against you anymore. But the exception is when you've got this extra tower range. Like without this tower range, Janissary should be able to win this. This is just a grind me down, man. Do horse archers get the bonus versus Jan? No. That's what I'm saying. So they used to. And that's where horse archers used to be like memefully funny to use in the Janissaries, because Janissaries used to have a tag that said they took 50% more damage from ranged attacks, which meant anything that had the bracket ranged on it. But then it got changed. So that now archers specifically have a tag that says versus light gunpowder, which is what Janissaries are. So they rebalanced it so that you couldn't just counter Janissaries with crossbows, for example. So what that meant is technically horse archers got nerfed against Jannies. But as we're seeing, the exception is when you have absurd range. I just feel like Louis needed to do some damage, though. He has good map control for now, but the reality check is B is finding his way into the Imperial. Louis the mass farms him back. We're up to 27. I don't know if Louis done enough here. I feel like he needed to push that advantage more. Needs to get in the base now. We'll start knocking at the wall. Has the siege damage, so is quite quick. Just horsemen to counter cav archers? Yeah, but the problem is these are cav archers that have got incendiary arrows, they've got level 3 range damage, and they're elated up. This many supply, you should never beat that from an age behind. That's the problem. He's going to break in. He's got the elite men at arms. Really, you just need eco kills. Doubt's going to get activated, so you can just try to bypass here. Men at arms are buying a lot of time. Like, you can maybe leave some of the horse archers to fight and the others to get raiding. Does snipe some of the siege. Instead, he dedicates it onto the army. Okay, so mangonels are being reached. He dives even deeper. Are you kidding me? So much for that range advantage. He doesn't care. He plows straight into the anti-cav and wipes it all. What a read. loueMT, a scary maneuver to make here. Risky for sure, but paid off in droves. Is going to be the reverse sweep. 3-0 down in a best of 9. loueMT has made it back to back to back to back to back wins to win the first HIMS Cup. This many horse archers just can't be denied. 17 in the base. B, nowhere to run. Passive production is not going to get you out of this. Shout out to both of these boys on short notice for coming in on this show match. Something that we should be doing frequently on Fridays now. Because they delivered a banger. loueMT done it again. Just like that week, a few weeks ago, where he took out the Spanish Bros. After a reverse sweep situation in a series against Lucifer, where he looked destroyed. It happened again. loueMT took his coffee break, came back, and could do no wrong in the HIMS Cup. What the hell? Absolutely incredible performance out of him. Well played to the lad. Oy, oy, oy. So that means that loueMT is going to take the 50 buckaroos of the same $5 prize pool. B will get the commisery $25 from our first HIMS Cup. Really big shout out to HIMS again. Reminder, guys, if you want to support the channel, go check out their website, !HIMS to go across there. I think some countries might have challenged accessing it. I know they're primarily American focused, but some other places might be able to as well. So HIMS, what they do, they have a bunch of different medicinal access points. So they will have a quiz that you can go through to figure out like what your problems are, what your goals are, and how they can help. And then they can prescribe and recommend rather medications that would be appropriate to you. So the whole idea there is that they aren't doctors themselves, but they are facilitators on getting you the medical assistance you might need if you're someone who is running out of hair on the top and want to try to rejuvenate into your Goldilocks years from your 20s. Also, in the coming weeks, we'll be talking about the ED service as well. And the cool thing as well, I think that's something that a lot of people like. These are uncomfortable things to talk about in person. I literally just had to go to the doctors to have like an examination. And it's like the physical element. If there's ways that, like, most of us are of that type of person, that if we could get diagnosed on things, we get things solved remotely, we take it where we can. So make sure you read up on it. Make sure you are fully informed before you make any commitment. But it could be for some of those people that may be struggling with hair, HIMS could be a good solution. So once again, yeah, big shout out to them for supporting the channel and supporting us enough that we were able to put together this new show match format. And big congratulations to Team Elephants loueMT on being the first winner of the HIMS Cup ever. More of these to come. I think this has been really well received. I think a lot of people turned up today. I love to see that. Like, to the point that, you know, I'd say on maybe future weeks, this could actually compete with Grand Finals Thursday, which is phenomenal. So yeah, reminder, guys, we have got more KPMMs happening on Monday. I was weighing up doing one or two of them sets today, but we've been online 4 hours. I'm very hungry. And also just got so much stuff to catch up on. Plus the fact we are going to be live on EGC tomorrow and Sunday. So I just wanted to try and balance my time there. So yeah, I think what we'll do now is we'll get ready to call it. But freaking epic one. Also, actually, another reminder, Opera GX. Opera GX, the other one. You guys were phenomenal yesterday. 64 new signups. I would love to wake up tomorrow and see that at 120. If you guys can keep that momentum, you are phenomenal. New signups do support us getting the sponsor to come back and come back bigger and better. The more signups, the more money they're willing to pump in. So those signups do help, and that's an absolutely free way to do it. You literally just go across, download the Opera GX browser, create an account, and that's let them know that I sent you. It's really cool as well. It's got a built-in VPN. It's got a lot of cool features, such as CPU and RAM limiters, loads of cool mods on top of that, ad blockers. It's got the whole kit and caboodle. I even love the things, like I always talk about, I think the thing I talk the most about is the game release. I love the game release schedule. It's so handy. Lets you know all the upcoming games. Like my birthday, 15th of May, Doom the Dark Ages. I'm so freaking hyped for that. But guys, thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. Hopefully you'll join me every Friday for the next 3 months to see if we're going to have more HIMS Cups, because we should have at least bi-weekly HIMS Cups. I'm going to be aiming to try and push them to maybe allow for us to do it every single week. So I think that'd be epic. But KPMM will resume Monday. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, catch me here. I'll see you hopefully on the weekend. I'll need to see you on both days for some epic